or technical sessions with land management to mitigate natural disaster, environmental psychology, and case study of Auroville. Today, on day 4, we have with us our eminent speakers, Architect Prasanna Desai, Professor Shalin Singhal, and Architect Sandeep Menon, who will be delivering sessions focusing on the urban aspects of sustainable development. We promise you a very perceptive and thought-provoking day. But before we begin, I would like to notify the participants of the usual instructions. So kindly switch off your audio and video during the sessions. Switch it on only upon request of the facilitators to ensure smooth and undisturbed sessions. The speakers too are looking forward to discussions and interactions with the participants, and any disturbance would hinder this and cause wastage of time. And if any participant found to disturb the meet will be removed from the meet. So please do cooperate. Kindly note that all queries and doubts can be dropped in the chat box and will be taken up by the moderator at the end of each session. Upon request, the participants can raise their queries themselves as approved by the facilitators. Please ensure that your audio is well connected and working for the same. Please ensure that you interact with the speakers as they have requested the active participation and interaction of the participants. So it will only prove to enlighten and awaken all attending the session. We would also like to understand your experience and interest towards each session and speaker as well. At the end of every session, a Google form for attendance will be shared in WebEx chat. Please fill it up to be marked present for individual sessions. And kindly notify us if you don't receive the form links before the commencement of the next session. The attendance link will not be shared on the FTP WhatsApp group. And at the end of the day, a Google form for the daily test will be shared in the WebEx chat. The same will be shared in the WhatsApp group as well. So on that note, let us commence day 4 of the faculty development program. I extend a hearty welcome to the speakers for the day and all the participants, of course. Now, without any further ado, let's get started. I now invite Architect Prasanna Desai for the first session of the day. Lita, shall we have the introduction, please?
So Prasanna Desai is a professor and director at PVP College of Architecture, Pune, and a practicing architect and urban designer at Prasanna Desai Architects, PDA, Pune. Born in Calcutta and brought up in Delhi, Prasanna Desai obtained his BArch in 1980 and MArch in urban design in 1983, both from School of Planning and Architecture, SPA, New Delhi. He worked with architect Achyut-Kanvande in the early years before joining postgraduate studies and later started his practice with his classmate Narayan Shastri. Together, they won many architectural design competitions in early part of his career, establishing their practice. After spending more than 30 years in Delhi, he moved to Pune in 1990, where he currently runs an architecture practice which is involved with urban design issues, emphasizing on the role of an architect in the public domain with a people participation approach, focusing on equity and empathy to evolve an approach in affordable housing for the masses as well as safe and socially shared streets, leading to creation of healthy, hygienic and humane neighborhoods. The BSUP Slum Rehabilitation Program was selected by Smithsonian's Cooper Hewitt National Design Museum, New York, and was on display as part of the exhibition titled Design with the Other 90% Cities at United Nations in New York in 2012. The firm has GK Siemens Awards 1993 and 2016, Hutco Design Awards 2013 and 2015, IT Anchor Awards for 3 consecutive years, 2015, 16 and 17, and Lexus Design Awards 2019 to their credit. Currently, the firm is working on major urban design initiatives, namely walkable and people-friendly neighborhoods, streets on Smart City Pune, Pune Bicycle Plan with iTrans and CEE for Pune Municipal Corporation, walkability project in 13 cities with SumNet India supported by Shakti Foundation. Arkad Pimple Nilak, Neighborhood Streets Upgradation PCMC and achieving the last mile connectivity for Pune Maha Metro with UMTC. Recently, he has been appointed as the global mentor under City Investments to Innovate, Integrate and Sustain program initiated by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, supported by AFD, EU and coordinate by NIUA, supporting the smart city missions to guide projects of excellence, to build the capacity of ULBs to implement integrated projects in the cities of Visakhapatnam and Amravati under the thematic area social and organizational innovation in local income settlements. As an inspiring teacher, he has been active in academics for the last 4 decades, mentoring and nurturing students all over India. Currently, he is the professor and the director at PVP College of Architecture, Pune, and has been the guiding force in establishment of Forum for Exchange and Excellence in Design, which is an academic platform for students and architects in the city of Pune. He firmly believes that an architect who is trained to be a sensitive person needs also to be an aware citizen, activist, thus playing much larger role in the development of the society and contribute considerably for the betterment and the quality of the built environment in the cities. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to everyone, and thank you for that introduction, and thank you for inviting me to present at this forum. Let me share the screen. Can I start from there here? So is that screen visible? Yeah. So what I'm going to present today is
excuse me, sir.
Sorry? Yeah.
Your screen isn't shared yet.
Not shared yet. How is that?
No.
So then what do I do? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh. It's that case. Just wait a minute.
Yeah, sure, sir. No problem.
Okay. Let's share. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir. About to. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Please make it full screen. Yes, sir. Yeah, done. Okay, sir.
Okay. So thanks for inviting, and let me share some of my thoughts. And these thoughts I can say is some of our research, some common sense, some of our practical aspects that we have been doing over a period of time, but it boils down to more with the people. Now, let me just put it in the perspective. Sustainable development for mitigating climate change. Now, climate change is a big and a very heavy word. And to be very honest, I don't understand the totality of it. And there have been speakers. I don't know whether Chitra has already spoken and Satya has already spoken. So people, eminent speakers who have been already there. We work in a different area, but we certainly try to address this issue from the bottom-up approach. What is bottom-up approach? I will just, now this is an article almost 2015, 6 years ago in Delhi, and I don't have to tell you that what Delhi is currently going through year after year in the winter seasons. This is Times of India. The article is called Death by Breath. And 7 years ago, everybody saw Delhi's air taking a deadly U-turn, but no one did anything. Now, Indian Express has always been at the forefront and trying to bring these kind of things in the public realm, and I don't know why it is stuck. Yeah, okay. So landmark study lies buried, how Delhi's poisonous air is damaging its children for life. Children. Leave Delhi, and these are certain graphs which I will not go into the detail. So that is the scenario. Now, having said that, this is the latest. Most of you must have seen the Times Now, NDTV, I think, where this was Pranav Roy who was interviewing Bill Gates day before yesterday. And this is the latest book, How to Avoid a Climate Disaster, and none other than Bill Gates. So I was listening to all this, and I picked up 1 or 2 slides from there. And this is one of the slides which talks about how are we damaging our environment. So you can see the percentages. So electricity is 27%, manufacturing is 31%, agriculture 19%, transportation 16%, and 7% is heating and cooling. Now, this is where we have reached post-industrialization. Now, if you say that were we sustainable? Absolutely. We were sustainable pre-industrialization, and post-industrialization, this is where we have reached, and now we are trying to relook at it. And as architects, planners, engineers, where are we concerned? I think we are concerned in all these pockets. Electricity, we are concerned. Look at the energy consumption we have in our own houses. We want to shut our windows. We don't know whether we have the natural light coming in. We want to put on the lights, and then we want to air condition. So I'm just trying to connect it to what we as designers and architects, engineers do. Then agriculture may not be our area directly, so I will not be in a position to comment on that. Manufacturing, yes, what kind of things that we use. The complete, the consumption that we have today is directly linked with manufacturing. Then heating and cooling, again linked with industrial heating and cooling, and maybe residential heating and cooling, which we are again concerned with. And there's 16% of the transportation, which is the way our cities consume fuel for transportation and many other things. So let me concentrate on that factor of 16%, for me in today's talk, because all others, I'm sure electricity, materials and all have been taken care by other speakers too. So when we talk about transportation, look at the subdivision there. 7% passenger and cars, buses, two-wheelers, air travel, and ships. This is what Bill Gates talks about, and I've yet to read the book, but whatever I could grasp from it, people are concerned about it globally. We have been talking about cities all the time, and there are many words coined: rethinking cities, sustainable cities, resilient cities, livable cities, and the latest one where cities have been come into the limelight is what is called smart city. One thing the smart city has certainly done in last 7-8 years is, whether the word is right or wrong, I will not go into the debate of this, but I will certainly say that at least we have started talking about the condition of our cities. So all around India, every city, every municipal corporation is talking about that we want to become smart. What is the definition of smart can be a separate discussion. And if you are talking about energy consumption, look at this. This is the way we are consuming energy, and this is where our cities look like. The amount of electricity, all these points that were mentioned, manufacturing, cement, steel, everything which is not really complementary to what we talk about climate change. This is where we are. And we need to look at it. I'm not saying that this should not be done and this is what the city should be, but I think we need to question this. And time has come that we need to closely look at the densification, because there is all reports which keep on saying cities are the future. But the point is, I think that needs to be a pause. These were our old cities. Now I will talk about this also, that whether we really need to shift there. So this is Jaisalmer, which was in the climate, which was in the context, which was in the connectivity, and which was in the culture. Now today, if you take a photograph of any city on the outskirts, whether it is Chennai, Bangalore, Amritsar, Delhi, Gurgaon, Ahmedabad, all outskirts look alike. There is no character left. There is no local left. There is no local climate which is in the play. There is no material. So look at the way our cities today are. So this was dense cities, and it responded to everything. Now what it did not respond to was one very specific thing, which everybody may say, and that is the car. It did not respond to the vehicle. So your car doesn't reach the doorstep over here. Rest, I really don't know. Means what is wrong with this city is a question. We can debate this separately. Shaded streets, shaded courtyards. So if you are talking about energy, the energy consumption in these is completely different. And they are socially conscious cities. So where do we move? So it is then, and this is now. The green is the then and the red is the now. And can we have a middle path? My question is, can we have the middle path? Somewhere in the mid-between. We take something from the past, we look at the future and try to draw. What is happening currently is we are moving our pendulum only to the right-hand side, red, red, and red, and red. And that's why this scenario today. So having said that, what does smart really mean? So look at this. This is the pizza and the burger. That is what is that the smart thing today, or the Indian thali is smart? This is what I want to really bring in. So Indian thali is nutritious. It serves our all needs of the human body. and it has been proven beyond doubt this. So I'm not a diet consultant, but yes, my wife is. So I've learned a lot from there, and I considered the Indian thali as an Indian city. This is the way we dress. Very simple, very comfortable, and as per the climatic conditions, we have a little chilly air. We put on a sweater. If we are in a hot climate, we have this pagdi with us, and that pagdi becomes the chaddar. The pagdi becomes the takia, the pillow. And the right hand side, you can see that is the climatic condition which demands this kind of a suit, this kind of a tie. And because of the climate there in Europe, uh, but is there a one smart solution like this? Unfortunately, we have been chasing this. I think we in India have been chasing this. Maybe Asia is also chasing this. So the use of glass all around for a climate like India, where you get the whole heat in and then say that we want to cool down the buildings, is all in that pie chart what Bill Gates showed. Having said this, smart is being healthy, I feel. I think we need to relate everything to health. And last 11 months or almost a year now, February, March would be a year, COVID has proven this beyond doubt that health is important. And as architects, as designers, we can contribute a lot in terms of creating neighborhoods which are healthy. So I'm talking about at a very, very micro level. The macro level is too complex to handle at times. So city needs to be healthy, and it has to make healthy choices for healthy citizens. Uh, this is Michael Bloomberg. I wish I had done this presentation across in the auditorium. Then we would have had direct questions and answers and more interaction. I could have got your reaction to and asked this. But I am sure most of you know who Michael Bloomberg is. Michael Bloomberg was the 3-time mayor of New York. And what he said was, this was when he was in Mumbai. This cutting is in Mumbai in 2015. And he says that there is a false choice between economic development and environmental quality. It is easy to quantify economic growth, but how do you put a value to 2 more years of life? So economic growth is GDP. Sensex going up 50,000 plus, economic growth, everything. Value is money. Money is everything. The second point that he makes is, yes, you need jobs, you need growth, you need a lot of things. But to say that you need them before your health is a question that he is raising. If you say, I would say, if you are dying, you might look back and say that wasn't a good decision. So that is what he is really raising. At the end of the day, at the deathbed, you may say that, oh, way, this was not the good decisions that we made. And the last one, if you don't focus on the environmental quality of life, you will not be able to fix the economic side. So your environmental quality of life is extremely critical for fixing the economic side. If helping people to live longer, happier life isn't the purpose of the government, then I don't know what is. This is Michael Bloomberg. So having said that, I think it is very critical that we have a city where people live in a healthy atmosphere and happy, and that only will set the economic side going. I remember Anupam Mishra. I don't know how many of you have heard the name Anupam Mishra, the Gandhian, the secretary of the Gandhi Peace Foundation. We lost him 3-4 years ago, and he has worked on water a lot in Rajasthan. And I was in conversation with him when he said, look at Fatehpur Sikri. He said, अकबर के आगे भी ग्रेट लगा हुआ था, अकबर द ग्रेट, but उसको भी फतेहपुर सीकरी छोड़नी पड़ी. He had to also vacate Fatehpur Sikri because of no water there. So that is what one is trying to say. You cannot have economic success unless you have an environmental scenario in place. Walkable cities reduce blood pressure and hypertension risk. And these are studies. These are studies all around. But I don't think you need studies to tell you this, that walkable neighborhoods can reduce diabetes risk. Brisk walking is better method for losing weight than going to a gym. So all these studies support that our cities need to have a kind of a character where we can facilitate walking, cycling, which can support our health and in turn reduce the carbon emission. Roads and streets are arteries of the cities, and they are almost minimum at a conservative level 15 to 20% of the open spaces. So if I look at these arteries, and particularly I am calling them streets and not roads, because roads means only vehicles, whereas street means vehicles and all other uh, components. So this is what is street as a circulation system of a human body. So if you have saved trees, you have fresh air. You have walkable streets, you have healthy habits. You have cycle friendly streets, you have healthy lifestyle, and you have a safe neighborhood to have a healthy body. So health of the city impacts the health of the body. This is the way our city streets are. This is Pune. This is Mumbai. This is Jaipur. Look at the urban milieu. Everything. We can talk as an urban designer. I can say, wow, this is really. We can call it a chaos, and we can call it vibrance too. And if any European is coming here, he just doesn't understand who is going where. Look at the pedestrians there at all the places. There is the cart which is there. There is a cycle rickshaw. There are cyclists. There is bus. There is tempos. Everything in an urban milieu like this. Points to ponder. I am sure all of you have heard of Enrique Peñalosa, the Colombian politician and the person who created the city of Bogota, and Yami Lerner, who created before him the Curitiba city with the BRTS system. A developed country is not a place where poor have cars. It is where the rich use the public transport. Cities have been taken over by the motor vehicles, and they have to be returned to the people. And this links to that 17% which Bill Gates has put in. Look at this. This is Dinesh Mohan, Dr. Dinesh Mohan from TRIP IIT Delhi. He says, what kind of a city do we want? Very simple and straight. Where my daughter and grandmother can walk and cross roads alone in the evening. Very simple. No rocket science. I have all my needs, daily needs, available within walking distance from home. I should be able to walk to get my bread, butter, jam, sabji, grocery, and maybe go to the park. I should be able to walk. We have got into a habit of taking a two-wheeler out and going into a shop every time, or a car, where I share space as equal citizens with other. Equity in terms of open spaces. So you have open spaces which are distributed, and every neighborhood has that. One that I am proud of and want to show others, its beauty, quietness, and civility. So Hyderabad has the Hussain Sagar Lake, Chennai has the Marina, Delhi has the India Gate, Mumbai has the the Juhu Beach or the beaches, Pune has the hills. This is what we should be proud of. And today I think people are proud of that. How many flyovers do we have in our city? Oh, I had 20, you had 25. I have none. That means it's maybe a backward city. I don't know. Another very interesting research by Dr. Carlos Dora. Please have a look at it very closely and follow what I'm saying. You have to see this middle thing, which is a black crisscross, that is a street. There are residential houses on both the sides. And what it says is that when there is traffic in between, and when there is left-hand side, the light traffic, 2,000 vehicles per day, then you have 3 friends and 5.3 acquaintances. 3 dosti or 5.3 jaan pehchan, if I may say it in Hindi. The second one, when the vehicles are 8,000, the friendship comes down to 1.3 and the acquaintance is 4.1. And when the vehicle increases to 16,000 vehicles per day, the friendship comes down to 0.9 and 3.1 acquaintances. So basically a street which has more and more vehicles divides the society. This is the research, because you don't want to cross across. Today also when we say that I want to come to your house, there's too much of traffic, I can't cross. And obviously senior citizens and children cannot do it. Youngsters can cross across, maybe run through the street. So this is a very, very social impact. So I think we are talking about environmental impact, but I would be also very, very concerned about the social impact in the city. Enjoy your car. I will go back. Just a question. I don't think this is not a Zoom platform, so I can't get a chat box answer from you. How many lanes were there? Just to say, you can just keep on counting the number of lanes. They will not be sufficient for any number of cars. So do you want to keep on doing this? This is LA, Los Angeles. This is Louis Mumford, who said building more roads is like loosening your belt when you are getting fat. So I think it says it all. And finally, if you plan your cities for cars and traffic, you get cars and traffic. If you plan your cities for people and places, you get people and places. This is Fred Kent, who talked about public spaces. This is a master slide. Again, I'm sure many of you must have seen this, and I apologize for anybody who has seen this presentation earlier. This may be again a repeat for them, but there's something new which we have added. The right hand side is vehicles from one point to another carrying one person or two persons. The second one is the same street carrying three buses, and all the people are into these three buses. Obviously, the bus has to be neat, clean, has to come on time, it has to have Wi-Fi, and all that can be done. But the street is not widened. The idea is not of wide streets. And the third one is same people are on a bicycle there. And I have this favorite question over here. What does this all do? Obviously, it reduces pollution, it reduces congestion, and on top of it, it reduces fuel consumption. So as far as India is concerned, our I don't know how many dollars we pay for buying the fuel. And if this transition happens, then we are saving our foreign exchange too and reducing the pollution. And obviously that has to be very, very comfortable. Comfortable cycling and safe cycling is important, and safe walking is important. A healthy neighborhood has three components. I will put it like safety, shade, and society. So let us look at safety first. 75,000 young lives lost in road accidents last year. This is again in 2015 around. And you can see in between there is 75,000, but there is another additional 49,000 in the age group of 35 to 65. The 75 is young age, that is 15 to 34. That means we are losing 1,25,000 deaths on the street accidents. And these accidents happen because of speed. This is the data of on the streets. So approximately 20% of the total world road accident occur in India. And this is all the data which I'm not going to read. But how do you stop the speed? So if you have 20 kmph speed, the chances to survive is 9 out of 10 for the pedestrian. If you are 30 kmph and you are hit, 5 out of 10. And if you are hit by a vehicle which is at 40 kmph, then only one will survive. So how do you control speed? Not necessarily by speed breakers, but maybe by reducing the width of the lanes. So 80% of all road traffic deaths are among pedestrians, cyclists, and motorcyclists. Please see that. That is 75% is the pedestrian, 8% cycle, 11% motorcycle. And if we cut down on the speed by 5%, only 5%, we will reduce fatal accidents by 30%. So this is what it is all about. And then we have streets like this. Look at the places where these children are walking. And they're walking safely here because the car is getting blocked, and it's an urban milieu. And that is how what Indian streets are. Look at this. This is Rajkot. That was Delhi. This is Rajkot. There's a footpath at the edge, but obviously the kids are walking on the street by itself, on the tar. This is Jaipur. And you can see the edge is with the parking. After that, people are walking. And then there is one lane, which is actually an effective lane. Maximum one lane or maybe 1.5 lane, which is effective. People cross like this, irrespective of your footover bridges. People would always cross at the grade, at grade crossing. So you have footover bridges. I'm not going to climb up 4.5 meter. And as Shreya Gadapati puts it always, saying that footover bridges are not meant for pedestrian. They are meant for convenience of vehicles. You make footover bridges so that the cars can go at unstopping speed, and the pedestrians should climb up 4.5 meters. So people then cross at the lower level like this. These are some subways which are dark, dingy, unhealthy, not safe for women, children, elderly. Then you have footover bridges like this, which have advertisements because you have revenue. And when you have advertisement board, you create unsafe places like this. And then you create transparency there. But I think hardly 5 or 6 people walk on this every day. And we were part of this. We were trying to stop this footover bridge, which was not a successful thing. But let me tell you, the politician agreed with us that we should stop this, but it was through, and it is built, and it is there in one of the junctions in Pune on the way to the airport. This is an interesting subway, which is in Pune, built almost 40 years ago. 40 years ago. And this is a very interesting subway where people go down 1.5 meters, vehicle goes up 1.5 meters, and it is open to sky. So it is safe, and it has the sun rays coming in, and it is like a public space. But unfortunately, this kind of a subway is not repeated anywhere in Pune nor in Maharashtra. And I have not seen this kind of a thing in India anywhere. If somebody has any reference, please do share it on my mobile. I will share my mobile number at the end. So there is light. This is the way that subway is. Now people don't walk on the edge footpaths. Of course, this lady is walking right on the checkered blocks on the road, and there is a wide footpath over there. But the footpath is up and down. So who is going to really walk on an up and down surface? Next is the cyclist. This is supposed to be a cycle tracks where this lady is walking. So the lady who is supposed to walk on the footpath is on the cycle track, and the cyclist is on the road. The reason for the cyclist on the road is very simple. It's a design issue. Because that surface is smoother and this surface has interlocking blocks. So there are very, very small design decisions which affect the human behavior. Look at the way where kids and ladies and people are walking on the street. They are almost occupying, let us say, 40% of the street, and the rest of the street is for the vehicle. So this very point is very, very important, that the whole edge-to-edge street is not utilized by the cars. So why not really have proper footpaths at the edge so that we can walk, so that I can not use less of the vehicle for 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer or 3 kilometer, so that I reduce the fuel consumption, thus helping creating sustainable city. These are the hawkers which we want. I want it because it is very convenient for me, but I don't want them next of to my house. So they are always going to be on the street because that is convenient for the people. But people have double standards to say we don't want them, but we want them. And second is obviously they are the eyes on the street. They add safety to the street. This is Mumbai, and this is one of the best ways. Like this one, the hawkers are facing the main street where the vehicle is, so that I can park my vehicle and take this. But here is a scenario where you have a shop on the left hand side, hawkers on the right hand side, and walking in between. So the hawker is actually facing the pedestrian rail and the shop. So this is a complementary scenario. This is on Sena Bhavan in Mumbai, Mahim, and there is a parking at the edge also. Now I don't have to tell you that look at this image itself is self-explanatory. Security cameras around the world, it says United States, United Kingdom, China, and Indian security cameras. So people on the street are the security cameras. And it is nice to have these cameras, which we are also installing all over. But these cameras will be helpful only after the acts are done. And you understand what acts I'm talking about. So if you have the Indian eyes on the street and where there is density on the street, then the street is much, much safer. Let us come to the next point after safety, shade. This is again a simple image. The top image tells you the temperatures. And if you have trees, these are the temperatures. So that is what matters. And we are at the realm of cutting trees. And there is this whole thing that you can take a permission for cutting one tree and you plant 10 trees or 15 trees. There is a law over there. But anybody put in this that how many survive and how much time does it take for a tree to become what the street below is? It must have taken 20 years for these trees to grow to make a street like this. Then we have trees at the edge of the street, and then we put tar around it, and the tree is bound to fall. And then we say that trees have become weaker and they are not able to survive. Of course, they will not survive when you put tar around it, and there is no earth around it for breathing. The trees are suffocating. This is our famous Jangli Maharaj Road in Pune. And now obviously many of you know how Jangli Maharaj Road is transformed. And it is almost last 20 years we have been struggling for this Jangli Maharaj Road. And we're very happy to see that finally at least one street and few streets in Pune have got converted into public realm. And there is a battle which has been fought by NGOs, particularly a NGO called Parisar by Sujit Patwardhan and Ranjit Gadgil, along with Pedestrian First. And I've been associated with them for 20 years, and it took us 20 years to come to what JM Road is today. Simple design solution. This is a footpath. There is this tree over there. Why is not the curb line on the edge of it, so that we can have soft, spots along the tree? This is in Coimbatore. Many of you must be attending from south here, and I'm sure you must have been there and gone to the ashram. And this is where I just stopped the car and this is Cantonment Street. Look at the kind of trees, but the footpath is at the edge. Why isn't the tree also part of a soft area? And we are trying to virtually put tar around the tree. So I think that is what it is. This is again Mumbai, where at least we are trying to create some soft areas along the tree, and there is a line of parking. So I'm not saying that parking is not required. So equitable distribution of road space is the concept there. This is in Marathi, and I am sure a few of you can read. This is not a stunt. This is what it says. Nowadays, motorcycles are parked in the hot sun, and this is how I need to drive the vehicle when I pick it up after the parking. So that's why I'm saying that let us plant more trees. And when you park your two-wheelers, I know everyone tries to push our two-wheeler next to the tree on the street so that it doesn't, the rexine doesn't become hot. This is another image, how you make streets, shaded streets in Portugal. This is in Portugal. This is in Jaipur. So creating ambience on the street and getting culture on the street. I remember this slide when we showed it to some what you call trade shopkeepers association in Lakshmi Road in Pune. They said this is wonderful. We'll do it at Lakshmi Road, and I have a shop which is of umbrellas, and rain wear. So I will donate umbrellas. So this is a brilliant idea which came in and it never happened. I hope it will happen someday. Now this is amazing. This one is amazing, I think. Green in the City is the title. Then this is a newspaper article, and look at the way what people have done. This is not a designer. This is not an activist. This is not contracted. And people have just done this, and where exactly at the red light is, they have put this shade over there. So a tarpaulin cover installed at the red light at Appa Balavan Chowk provides shade to commuters on Sunday. At least 10 green covers have been installed at the traffic signals near Dagdu Halwai Gun Temple and Appa Balavan Chowk. So this is what is simple, down to earth, or whatever you may say. Imagine if trees gave free Wi-Fi, we would all be planting it like crazy. It's a pity that they give us only oxygen we breathe. So this is credits have been given from wherever we have picked it up. Healthy neighborhood society, people, finally. This is the street in Gangtok, which is a pedestrian street now. And this is one of the early innovations of converting something completely pedestrian. Now, obviously, you have Chandni Chowk in Delhi after a battle of 20 years. And Pradeep Sachdev, who has designed it's a tribute to Pradeep Sachdev. Very, very unfortunate that we lost Pradeep Sachdev almost 6 months ago before the Chandni Chowk was inaugurated. But I think a perseverance which paid off. So this is Gangtok. This is Istiqlal Avenue in Istanbul with a tram, a pedestrian street. These are some other streets all around the world where pedestrians have their realm. And this is famous Times Square. Left-hand side is what you have, the cab, the yellow cab, and right-hand side is the street which is come in. And that is what the Times Square is now, people's place. An interesting slide I thought I will share with you. Have times really changed, is the question. You have newspapers and you have newspapers on the cell. That's it. And this is what the public realm is all about, between the old and the young. And a public space becomes important. And that is where, if you create these kind of edges in the neighborhoods, then we will get this kind of a social realm. And finally, trees on the streets are meant for this also. And this is where we really say that trees are important. And these are social spaces. Trees are also social spaces. Now, principles of neighborhood planning, I will run through very quickly. 10 minutes walk and short ride. We all know about all these theories. But look at these, some builders' brochures. These are builders' brochures on the new towns. And this is what it says. Imagine your children hopping, skipping, jumping, pathways for walking, cycling, walk to work. So we have been taking these kind of pamphlets or brochures from new townships which are being done around Pune, Gurgaon, all over the country. And the builders are talking about this language. And if we are talking about this language, I think it's very good. And walk back home, children play without any cars. So all this, and we are just trying to compare these plans. These are the plans, and we say that this is the neighborhood, this is the ward. So why can't we have a ward which is walkable, which has all these elements that we are talking about? And this is a comparative study that if you have these, there are five townships which are listed on top, and the last one in yellow is a ward. So I think our ward should be also having the same principles that we are listed over here. Walk to work, children play with no cars, hopping, skipping and jumping. I'm sure this is another question that I ask. How many of us walked to school in our childhood days? So people of all my age group, all of us walked to school or cycled to school. And today everybody is being dropped, or there are buses. Yes, but buses are there, good. But most of the time parents drop. So imagine how this happens, because walking is not safe. Cycling is very, very unsafe. So I'm not going to let my kid go to school on a bicycle. My elder son went to the school on cycle, and I didn't allow my younger son to go on the school because the road was widened, the speed increased. So I stopped. I said, no, you can't go on a bicycle to the school. So we have this project called Dasha. The project is Dasha to Disha. What is Disha? Disha is direction. So we always criticize, we say, ye Dasha hai, this is the situation. But I think finally we have to give solutions. And Disha is a project which is called Demonstration of Integrated, Safe, Habitable and Affordable Solutions for Neighborhood. Again, a bottom-up approach that I was talking about. So how to change the Dasha is have a 4D approach: data collection, design, discuss, and then demonstration. This discuss is very, very important. So if you have street lined garbage, trees, walking, cycling, public transport, handicap friendly, street vendors and open spaces and public spaces, that is on top, it will lead to property values going up, safety going up, health going up, social interaction going up, pollution going down, and fuel consumption going down, and thus creating what we call is bringing in a qualitative, economical, and environmental change, creating healthy, hygienic, and habitable neighborhoods. 11 number bus we feel is very, very important. 11 number bus is walking, and 11 number bus is cycling to connect communities. And in a component of streets, this is what you see. You are from top to bottom, the pedestrian to the cars and parking. The red is what the current scenario is, and the green is where we should be reaching. So if I go from bottom up, we have parking, which is maximum, MB lane maximum, public transport somewhere halfway through, basic services. And then if you come on top, you will see pedestrian is somewhere halfway through, cycling is absolutely at the bottom, handicap friendly, universal accessibility absolutely nowhere, and user friendly. So all that has to become green. And then we have to have a balance. You have to have equitable distribution of this. So this is a slide. Unfortunately, this video is not working. So this is basically a slide which shows and which have this concept or a theory which is called drawing the lines. So you can see these lines of red, which shows that this is the effective width of the road which is used, and the edge is actually parking. And look at the place where people are walking. And we are saying that we will redesign this street, and I will guarantee you that the people who are walking almost at the middle of the road will shift at the edge if I give them the edge which is walkable. So this is in the peak hours. So this is what the scenario is. And I'm sorry the video is not working. And this is the way our Indian streets are. Look at the place where the people are walking. And look at the slide at the bottom right corner where this lady is holding the kid on the right hand side. And this is so dangerous. So why are the pedestrians walking here? Because they are indisciplined. This is what the general public will talk about. But no, they are not indisciplined. They are walking there because that is the continuous walking path that they are getting unhindered. And that is what we should be doing. So equitable distribution of road spaces, that you have a place for everyone, equity. You have the cars, you have the MB lane, you have the cycle lane, you have the place for parking, you have services, and then you have the pedestrian and footpath, and then you have the private property and the edge. So this is equitable, and this is demonstrated by Michael Bloomberg. This is Michael Bloomberg's slide. In the city of New York, you can see the top one, and this is tactical urbanism, which has now become very common. And you have the same space which is redistributed by painting only. So you still have 3 lanes, you have the public realm in the center, and you have a cycle track which is painted. And this kind of a tactical urbanism does not need crores of rupees. This can be only done by simple painting. And then if it is effective, then we can go into the permanent thing. You can keep on repainting this every 3 to 4 years, and I think it can work. Why do you need cost incentive solutions? So the guiding principles at the policy level. Now, do we have policies? Yes, we have national urban transport policy, which supports all this. We have national urban prescription. We have smart city policy, which is there. And all these policies can look at this in a very simple way. Any city, let us say if it has 1,000 crores, what would you like to do? A underground metro of 2.5 kilometers, a elevated metro of 5 kilometers, a monorail of 6.7 kilometers, the 1,000 crore will give, or a bus system of 67 kilometers. I don't think I have to tell you what the city should make choices for. And what does it do? This is again a big discussion, but it does this. An elevated expressway or a metro, this is the CO2 emissions per day, and this is a research by Professor Chang. So, and a bus system gives you that kind of a CO2 emissions. So one has to really choose and make the right choices. This is what is a pyramid, the traffic pyramid as we call it. Our top priority starts from flying, owning car sharing, taxi transport, public transport, and then comes at the bottom is cycling and walking. Can we reverse the pyramid? So what is the best way? Cycle, pedestrian, and public transport. And when I say public transport, I'm specifically mentioning bus transportation. And some of our South Indian cities, to be specific, Bangalore and Chennai, and I think Kerala also has some fantastic bus system. And if we can upgrade the bus systems at a very less cost, there's nothing like it. Guiding principle for the public realm. So these are the 6 guiding principles which we have, on which we work. One is universal accessibility. If we put in universal accessibility, we will be able to take care of so much. Visually impaired, wheelchair, movement of luggage, movement and revival of pram. I will show you. Shopping trolley. So that if I want to pick up my daily items, which are maybe weighing 4-5 kilos, 3-4-5 kilos, potatoes, onions, grocery, etc., then I can take a pram or a trolley. I don't have to take out a car, because I take out a car because I cannot lift 3 to 4 to 5 kilos. So I need my car or a two-wheeler. But if my pram or the shopping trolley can move at one level, and using the universal accessibility as a tool, because that is a law and there is a Supreme Court order there, we can make streets safer, better, and reduce the number of trips for the shorter distances. This is walkability. Then you have a continuous walkability at one level, will help us with in terms of health, comfort, social interaction, and connect, reduce vehicle trips, pollution, chaos, and conflict. Parking, you have the inclined parking on the left hand side, you have a parallel parking on the right hand side. So you get a parallel parking, you get a parking app, and you charge for parking, a revenue model for parking. Now, Pune has not been able to successful in this, but recently Pimpri-Chinchwad Municipal Corporation in last 4 months, 3 months have been able to come out with 7 streets where they are charging now, and it is now becoming a revenue model for PCMC. Hawkers on the streets are eyes on the streets, so they should be given authenticated space, demarcated space, and now we have a hawkers policy now passed by the Act, or the Hawkers and Vendors Act passed by the Parliament, and it has to be converted into a policy by corporation, local corporations, and the ward offices. 11 number bus I have talked about, walking and cycling, which can reduce shorter strip, 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer, 3. A cycle up to 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers is very easy, provided it is safe. So this is dedicated cycle track on the left hand side, demarcated painted cycle lane in arterial or sub streets, calming measures where you reduce the width so that the vehicle speed is less, and then there could be greenway cycle tracks which are exclusively for cycles. Neighborhood shuttle services within the neighborhoods, if you can have shuttle sharing autos which can reduce congestion, and then we can hop on and hop off rather than taking out your car every time for a short distance. So these are our early intervention. This is JM Road and FC Road, which is now revived, which we worked for over 2 decades and did the principal planning of this. And now we are into the 3 stage of the left hand side that you see is as Aund Pune. So there are these 9 streets which we had identified as a part of Smart City Mission under the Municipal Commissioner, then Mr. Kunal Kumar. And we had this S1 street on which we have been working on. So this is a decade long journey. So the stage 1 is 2009, stage 2 is 2014, and stage 3 is 2016. And that is how these streets have changed. And I will go through this journey of stage 1 first. This all started when there was this board which was put up, 1 crore to be spent for beautification. It all began over here. We discussed with the politician, we put up a plan, and we said that, hey, we will give you a solution, a simple solution, and let us execute it. You will have a tender and a cost of 2 crores or so. And this all began at our living room. This is my living room, and the other people that you see are the local NGOs. So politician and the local NGO, and we started and we demarcated on the street straight away with the Chuna, and we said these discussions with the citizens. And what we did was we put the street, what you can see at the bottom is we joined these 2 points, which were 7 meter and 7 meter, 14 meter wide street. And then on top, you can see the trees which are there in the plan. We saved all the trees. And if we had not saved the trees, then it would have become completely parking. And we joined this. And this was the way the street was. And we converted it into this. We were asked that whether we have sitting, in tender, there is no sitting, benches nahi hai. We said we have brickwork and mortar. And we simply put brickwork and mortar and made this sitting. And that is how we began. And this was only 500 meters or less than 500 meters. And this became a public realm. This is how people started using this street. This is how they used it. And this was completely at that time pro bono. With the and we told the politician one more thing. We said, Dada, isko bana do, aap election jeet jaoge. You will win elections. People will be happy, and that is what will happen. I think he did win the election. I don't remember that, but at least people started using the space like this. And when this was being done, there were many, lot of opposition, lot of comments. The comments were at my own house also. When we did this kind of a street, somebody commented saying that, why are you making such a wide street? One of my wife's friends said that, what are you doing? Who is doing this? My wife was very quiet. When this was finally done and executed, the same friend of my wife came and she said, this street is very nice now. It looks very nice outside your house. And my wife said that, yeah, it is done by my husband, So this is how things change. And this is what the feedback is all about from the citizens. This is what these truck people are. They are these truck people who are parking on the edge. And they were to be removed. He said, why should we remove? They are the eyes on the street. And believe me, in the morning time when the street is doesn't have many walkers or shoppers, these are the people who are taking care of the street that time. And that is what the scenario was. The second stage happened when we set up a workshop with the NGOs, and the NGO Streets for People by the People. And this was with the NGO called Parisar, CE, Subnet, and along with my institute or the college, PVP College of Architecture. So we set up a 1-week workshop with the students. 80 students from my institute participated in the workshop along with PDA. And we said that we must extend it to the neighborhood. So we said Group A, Group B, Group C, this is the neighborhood. We had these discussions on the street and intense deliberations with citizens, mostly senior citizens. And then we held an exhibition on the street, and we said that we must expand this further from one street. Now, these students who are over here, they are now 6-year-old. They were 6 years that since we had this, 6 to 7 years. Some of them are in New York, some of them are in Berkeley, some of them are in Amsterdam. And I'm sure this was the seeds that we put in there. And they are also, and some are back in India, and some are in Bangalore with WRI. Somebody is doing postgrad urban design in CEPT. And this is how we had this exhibition, and then we had people's participation, and then we have a Sabha, people. And then we came out with a declaration that this should be extended. And claps all around, newspapers saying for the people, by the people, and a lot of activism. And then came the third stage, the stage 3. And we were not very sure. 2-3 years passed, and then we said, now we have an opportunity to take it ahead, and the smart city mission. I'm sharing you something else over here. This is a brochure on the left-hand side, which is the Smart City Quick Win project brochure by Pune Municipal Corporation. And they said that, how is it? I said, why do you not change it to this brochure on the right-hand side? Because that shows such a wide road. It doesn't show any tree, nothing. So we created this brochure, but they did not use the brochure, this one, but they certainly changed the left-hand brochure and change it into something else. I don't have the image of this here. I will include it in my next presentation. So we were talking about walkability, pedestrian realm, wheelchair, etc., etc. And then came the smart city mission, where area-based development came in, retrofit, redevelop, and greenfield. And we said that, yes, we should have people, policy, participation, platform, and patience. And with that, we are looking at this area-based AUND, in which we said that these 9 streets should be taken. And these were extension of the workshop that we did with the Sumnet and Parisar. And the strategy was design, discuss, and demonstrate. And we designed everything with all these 6 policies that I mentioned earlier. I will not go over. Then obviously water supply, sewerage, drainage, all the technicalities, street furniture, signage, public art, and we made design proposals for the street, the red street, as you can see in the center, S1. And we have various alternatives for this, with parking, without parking. We made these views. We also proposed that the half of the street should be completely into the pedestrian realm. And the commissioner was dynamic, Kunal Kumar. He said that we should go in for that. We had this strategy. We discussed these with people. We had big meetings like this, auditorium, on the street, with the people, and a lot of reactions, positive, negative, very, very negative, very positive. This is with the local MLA. And then the project was launched on the first anniversary of Smart City Mission on 25th January 2016. We made a model of the street, and first time I think we made a model of the street, and it was kept at the exhibition, and it was launched by none other than Honorable Prime Minister at that time. And you see Kunal Kumar on the right hand side and Venkaiah Naidu on the left hand side. And then we had a trial run when we said that this street would be a pedestrian street on the left hand side. And public discussion for the trial run with the shopkeepers, with the citizens. And we created this title called Healthy Aund Ata Aple Angan. In Marathi, it says Healthy Aund, now your courtyard. Angan is courtyard. And healthy means habits, ecology, amenities, lifestyle, technology, heritage, and you. You is very important. You is in red. People are very important. It is not me, or I. It is we together. And we had a lot of brochures. CE, Center for Environment Education, Sanskriti Menon helped us with this. And we had these brochures being built, distributed amongst the citizens, that we are doing this. We want the Aund walking plaza, improvements in Aund. Your suggestions are welcome. And we also introduced something called as Udan. Udan was the shuttle service which I talked about. So we said that we will have the green shuttle, red shuttle, orange shuttle, which will shuttle between these zones. And we said that it will have certain timings. So there will be various loops, and it will be a hop on, hop off like this. And these will be the the boards which will be there at the bus stops. And this will be the way the bus stop would be. And we deliberated it a lot, and we said that it will be named Udan. People don't like to say I came by rickshaw or I came by bus. You have to say that I came by Udan, the BRTS system in Bogota is called Transmilenio. How did you come? I came by Transmilenio. People feel it is very, very degrading to say that I came by bus. I traveled in the DTC bus in Delhi for 30 years, going to School of Planning and Architecture, catching the 318 bus number and 823. I still remember the bus numbers, So this is our Udan. And then we did trial run for 1 week, 8th October to 15th October, weekend to weekend. And I will show you only the images, see what happened on the trial run. This is how people use the space. Young and the old, children playing on the street, stapu and badminton and everything. Tricycles coming back, cycles coming back, children literally hopping and skating. Wheelchair. Now this is very, very important. The wheelchair came back. Disabled started coming because they found it comfortable and safe. Elderly, senior citizens, cycle. And that was what the realm. There were mixed reactions on this. Some like, and this was our Udan. We literally demonstrated Udan. And people said, aap ye project karo ya nahi karo. You do this project or you don't do the project. Please don't stop Udan. This was the words of people there. Unfortunately, Udan has not happened till now also, because many things have happened. I will show you, because it requires RTO, it requires license, it requires the clearances from transport authority, etc., etc. And it stopped. And this is what we believe in, the youngsters, So that's why this photograph. Now we said what to do. Can we convert this street, which would be on a complete pedestrian realm, was the question. And people had a lot of objections, and I don't want to go into the detail why. And then we had this process of implementation. We again went through and we said that this is what we will implement, all the same principles. We again went into public discussion. And when we had these public discussions, we came to demonstration. Now you can see the bottom plan. The yellow is the way the existing footpath was and the street in between. What we did was we tried to negotiate with the shopkeepers, and we said that we would like to extend the yellow right till their shop. Can you see that? Right till their shop. So that we can have a wider public realm, and we will keep the cars going in between, and we will not convert it into fully pedestrian. And this is what was there, the early images on top. And then we said yellow extended right till the shopkeepers' shops, so that you have direct connectivity. We relayed all the services. I will not go into the services. And this is the final plan which was signed and agreed by everyone, the engineering team, the corporation, the honorable commissioner, and it was signed. Once this came in through, we started with this plan, and we had these 18 elements which were put in and which were executed. I will go quickly one by one. I have 15 more minutes to go. This is the speed breaker, base pedestrian crossing, and this is the way we have our speed breakers. Speed breaker kill causes 30 crashes, 9 deaths in a day. So we said the speed breaker should be stone rumble strips, the stone, basically this kind of a stone. So we put 10 meters of stone before the raised crossing so that the speed is controlled. And that is how we had a lot of opposition for this during the execution. But now this is in place for the last 5 years, 4 years, and it works. In fact, we are thinking and trying to take more liberty of making the stone more rough so that the speed can be reduced further. This is the way the raised crossing is. Median, the divider. You have the medians like this, which are made of concrete, which are railings. We said the median should be green like this. And when we tried to show them these images, they said, how can this will take a lot of time? So people will cross in between. So we said that, yes, that is true, but we would like to do this something like this. So we said we will put a mesh in between like this, which was there in a nearby park. We put the mesh, we put the green all around, and the green has now taken this shape, and it took this shape also. So this is the way the green divider is. Obviously, it is out of proportion, and this was during the lockdown time when the bougainvillea grew out of proportion. Bollards, I don't have to tell you, this is the way bollards are put, which are steel bollards which were put all around the gaps and the distances. It costs a lot. People cut these steel bollards, stainless steel bollards, and they sell it in the market. So we have concrete bollards, and they were in place, and bollards to really control movement, and letting the wheelchair move. Tree gratings. This is the way our trees have given the treatment on the streets. You can see how they are. It's a simple tree gratings. We manufactured them, put them around, and that is what the solution is. And this is now a trend all throughout in Pune, and I'm sure in many cities. Seating around the tree. This is the way we have sittings all around the tree. We said we must give a lot of space and dignity to the trees. I talked about it earlier. And create the soft area. And this is how we put it with stone. Again, a lot of discussion on the stone. This is not a modern material. This is very primitive. This is very old stone. Why don't you use some modern materials? We still went ahead with this, gave a lot of space around the tree for breathing. And this is how it has come out to be. This is how these trees are. And this is how the trees have been given the space along. And this street has some 35 species and some 80 to 90 trees all along. And we have this wide pedestrian rail. And this is how it looks now. Feeder pillars, the feeder pillars look like this. So we relocated the feeder pillars. We had these perforated sheets. We created this casing. We got Pune Binale Foundation to paint this. And this is how they look, all the feeder pillars. Parallel parking has been a realm in Pune for a long time, thanks to Parisar, Pedestrian First, and all who have been batting for parallel parking. And we put 2-meter parallel parking, but obviously we wanted to put you can see these images at the bottom corner, that we wanted to put a chip so that we can have electronic control parking. This has not happened, but we hope that this will happen soon, and there will be pay and park, but parking at the edge. Cycle lane, we had painted cycle lane. We could not give a dedicated cycle lane because of the tree line over there, and the painted cycle lane has been a success, I must say, and the cyclists are back. Entry and exits, you have entry and exit, which is up and down. So we put them all at one level now and put them walkability, the realm and the wheelchair. Dustbins at the junctions, we want to segregate it. We wanted it to segregate into 4 components, but we could not. We could only do dry and wet. We wanted glass separate. We wanted tin separate, but we could not do that. Signages at the edges, where we have these softer areas where we could put the signages so that we don't insert them into the footpath, and softer areas take care of this. Universal accessibility. Now, this is what was very, very critical. And the result of the universal accessibility is that as per the Sugamya Bharat Abhiyan, which was launched by, this is what has been the result. The wheelchair is back. The disabled virtually are there and they have a comfortable walking. And this wheelchair has also helped us get the trolleys back on the footpath. So you can roll your bags. This is what is happening. The pram is also back, and we have a number of scenes where the pram is coming and people are happily moving the prams around. Lighting, when we had that, we widened this footpath, the corporator or the local corporator said that you are widening, there will be a problem, the dark spaces will be there, you should have good light. So we have provided. I must also say that the local corporator and his team were absolutely supportive and they were at the forefront. But for them, this wouldn't have happened. We can design, but getting the space in front of the shop, this whole space on the left-hand side is from the shop front. It was only because of the intervention by the local corporator who was dynamic, supportive, and he was on the street to get the space. Art and sculptures. This is Pune Binale Foundation. Sculptures made out of junk were installed all around. Snakes and ladders, wherever we had wider thing, located strategically next to this games shop, Khelia, and that is how people play. And there are some engineers from Mumbai Municipal Corporation who had come and they were also enjoying this. Know Your Trees was an interesting concept. As I said, that there are 35 very varied species. So we had this in English and Hindi, Know Your Trees concept, so that when you are shopping, you are also, maybe the kid can read this. I can also read this, adding the knowledge base. Urban Lounge was the toilet, which we have not been able to really build. We hope that we will be able to build this toilet very soon at the edges. Bus stops at the edges, where you have unhindered movement of the foot pedestrians. That is the bus stop. Urban design is the gates. They wanted to remove the gates and make the gates new gates, new design. They said, why should we do that? Let us put in some kind of a study. We dotted all the gates there, and we said we will just put the sticker there and we paint the gates black and then bring in the uniformity to all societies. This is the way we propose this. Street ambience is like this. This is how the street is being used. These are some photographs, black and white, by Shreya Gadapalli of ITDP. Before and after, that could be interesting for everyone to have a look. What was before? This was before. This is after. You can look at the footpath. You can look at the impress there on the left and the same impress. The property values, I'm sure, have gone up, though shopkeepers don't agree with that. Blackberry and the tree there, the same tree given the space. This lady walking at the edge, you can see some marking that we have done by paint before the trial run. This is the central median. Just before demolition, we don't have a photograph of the central median, and this is the new. This is the edge where we could push the wall on the left-hand side. You can look at the scenario here, and we could push the wall on the left-hand side, and this is what has happened at the same spot. You can look at this one. And this is another area which was deep inside. You can see the shopping realm there and the railing there. So this whole space has been taken, and this is what has happened. You can see the CRM and you can see the CRM. So I think for getting that space, entire credit to the local corporator. This is the visit by the Secretary Urban Development, Mr. Durga Prasad Shankar Mishra. You can see the Honorable Additional Commissioner Ma'am, Kunal Kumar, the commissioner, and that is which was one of the first streets done during the Smart City mission. A kilometer executed. That's the team of engineering team. This is not possible without the corporation engineers being on your side, the project management consultant, Pune Binale, representative, Ashwini Pete, and all the team members. And these are the people who did it, the labor, the people, my office staff there on the upper right hand side corner, working 24 hours on the ground. The drawings were there, but drawing made no sense. Finally, you had to mark it on the site itself. And that is what made this. This is Kunal Kumar saying streets are important public spaces that should be designed to respond to various functions that they host beyond being mere conduits of vehicle. This is another interesting one by Paul Barter, who is a world-renowned parking management expert. Let us seize the chance for parking success without excess. So the parking should be charged. That's what he is always saying. And this is an interesting one by Shreya Gadepalli when she says that this is a comment by IOS officer. I used to think that those who ask for footpaths and buses and control parking were foolish. Today, I have realized that I was foolish, not them. I now know what I must go back and do. Feedback from an IAS officer following a presentation on sustainable transportation by Shreya Gadapalli, South Asia Director ITDP at the IAS Training Academy in Mussoorie. So I think it says it all. So these are some citizen feedback, citizen response initiatives. And this is what the earlier street, the first street we did graced by the presence of the master. When I asked Mr. Korea, would he just have a look at the street? We are traveling from some place. I said, it is on your way to your destination to Ayuka. He agreed, and I never thought that he would really get down and walk around. So we are absolutely graced by this. And the second photograph, I'm going to have to tell you about Professor B.V. Doshi, when we said that, would you just visit this? And this was just pro when he was announced the Pisker. He was here in Pune and he came and he had a look at it. The second phase of the ITI phase that is there. So the first phase was the plastered sitting and now it is the stone sitting. So some images. This is the first one that we started and now this is with stone, a little more permanent. And the first time when we marked with the Chuna and Fakki, the second time when we marked with the same way, and you can see the politician there supporting. Only the politician has changed, a different politician, but he is also for this. And this is what the realm is not now. This is how people are using these streets. This is how the ambience looks like. And this is the wall painting, and I must share this was the wall painting to be done, and we told the politician, no, we can't do it because this is not our cup of tea. So one day he was really direct and straight. Mr. Desai, if you don't want to give it, say no, don't keep on delaying it. And then we said that, okay, we will do it. And we gave him some images and all, and this is how it is being used as, and it was painted there. This is how the realm is. The left photograph, again, a small meeting of Shreya and her team. The right on top, the way the people are using it currently during the COVID. There's a gym there also, the open gym, which is extensively being used. And these are very by teams which keep on coming and visiting the street. You are also, all of you are welcome. Now, this is an interesting one. On the left-hand side, look at that person designing without due equitable distribution. See, he is at the junction and the junction is not designed. And the same person, we chased him and then we came on to our footpath. He was able to really take this kid very, very smoothly between exactly from where the wheelchair is going. And that is what design means. Healthy and hygienic and human neighborhoods can only happen when we start designing beyond the boundary with people participatory approach. We have to move beyond the boundary. We are all within the boundary. My house, my society, we put a boundary and we don't care about it, what is beyond. And I think we can have cities which are healthy and hygienic human when we start going beyond the boundary, open the doors and go beyond the gated communities, This is what we are doing in Pimpri Chinchwad now, PCMC Urban Streets Neighborhood. I will just show you some images. These are some 6-7 streets we are doing. And this is what has happened. So what I'm saying is the sidewalks have happened. The engineering team is on board. People are on board. And this is the kind of a detailing which is happening in India with Indian engineers. This is exactly what we see in Amsterdam and Tokyo and Singapore. Look at the grid plaster around the manhole cover, and look at the manhole cover at the bottom one, which also has the blocks on top. So you are modifying details. So the contribution of engineers to get them on board is very, very important. And this can only happen when we really walk, sit, and design and be on the site with them. This doesn't happen only on the drawings, it happens on the site. And modifications to the same grating, so this my design team does, the engineers do it, but my design team, which is there, all the trainees, architects, they literally put in. This is the realm from where we started at the BRTS Satara Road to what we are doing currently, and the journey continues. The last statement I've been coining all the time, last 20 years, is that the depth of the democracy is decided by the width of the footpath in the city. This is equity. This is Indian constitution. And this is what I think our constitution says. The democracy is important. Equity is important. That is my office team from 2016 onwards. I'm sure some of them may be attending this, familiar faces. And this is the current team. Many are still missing. Apologies to my office team. And in the end, I would say design leads and guides all. So if you design it as per the human behavior, people will use it. You can see this photograph clicked by Sampada Kokle 10 years ago on the BRTS street. These people may be illiterate, but they are using the footpath exactly because the footpath is designed as per the desired lines. These are our connects. You can take a screenshot of this. Instagram, we share everything on the Instagram. We share it on Facebook. I'm not on Instagram. I'm not on Facebook. You can go to this blog, and whatever we can share is uploaded onto the blog. You can write to us at this email. This is my mobile number. I would be very happy if you can write back to me post this presentation personally on this number 98220-21148 and give it direct feedback to me, because this feedback will help us move ahead and help my team, my young team. Let me tell you, my senior most person in my office is less than half my age. And these are the people who are been with me, and they change. Not that they are there all the time. They move. And that is what I have to say. Thank you very much. Thank you for the patient hearing. And I would be happy to have questions and answers post this. So thank you. So I think, how can I stop sharing? Can you help me? Where is the stop share? Stop share. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Is my camera on? Yeah, my camera is on too. And I would
Yes,
be
sir.
very happy if the participants also put their camera on. And I would be happy to see their faces.
Sure, sir. Sure. Thank you, sir. It was indeed an enlightening session. I can see this was one of the best and appropriate session of the FTP. Thank you, sir, for your insights into this most important topic that I know which affects all of us actually, how crucial walking is for the functioning of any city, especially India, which poses more threats to pedestrians than other countries. And the greatest takeaway from this presentation of yours is that to make cities roads green, we just need to dig deep and exploit our own natural and cultural resources. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Sir, now shall we have the question answer session?
Yeah, I am all open.
Yeah, okay, sir. We'll go with the first one. We have these solutions in our master plan for footpaths and cycle tracks, but implementation part is quite difficult. So how can we improve this situation?
Perseverance, participation, patience, people. And that's all. Means there is no other way. There is no other way. It has to be, means I think we are all architects, engineers. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to say this. Unfortunately, we are not with the people. We have been all the time trained that I am I. I'm sorry again. I've been also a student there. but I think you have to be really walking with the people, be with the NGOs. I think NGOs are at the forefront, and we don't walk with them. We don't spend time with them. And I think they are the people who are on the street, and people understand simple common, and politicians also. Let me tell you, politicians understand this. If you tell them, means we use this statement again and again, कि दादा इसको कर दो आप election जीत जाओगे. You do it, people will be happy. And we have done it very, very boldly. We have also told them that I will give you on stamp paper if you put it on in implementation. People will walk on the street and they will be safe. So I think we have to put in this safety measure. We have to put convenience into it. We have to put comfort into it. But you have to bat, and bat. And it is not easy. It is not at all easy. But I think it is now happening all around the country. I can see changes happening in Bangalore. I can see a lot of things happening in Kochi. I think Kochi is doing very well. There are some things which are I am seen on Instagram and my office is sharing. Delhi is doing something. So every city is now, I think, on the charge, and all of you should just do it and start small. Start small. Don't try to change the whole city. Master plan, this, that, वगैरह वो होता रहेगा. I think अपने घर के मोहल्ले के बाहर शुरू करो, घर के बाहर शुरू करो. कोई दोस्त है, कोई है. There would be. I keep on saying here also in every presentation I say कि आपके कोई दोस्त politician है तो बताओ. I will come over. We will chat. We'll do it together. I must take something away from this presentation for myself too. Now, let us work in some cities with you, collectively. That's all. Means there is no other way. Yeah. Sorry, I am not able to hear you. You are on mute. Yeah. Am I right? No, sorry. I'm not able to hear. Is everybody else?
Sorry, sir. Yeah. Okay. Sir, we'll have one more. What are the things to keep in mind while considering redeveloping existing streets?
No, it is equity. You know, when you have existing, redeveloping the existing streets, first of all, one can also start with, tactical urbanism. I think one doesn't have to go straight away to the tender and the cost. We can mark the things, mark with paint, test it. So existing scenario, and make people really walk on a Sunday. Ask them to walk. Ask people whether they would like to walk on one smooth surface or they would like to do up and down. So people themselves will dot. And the public pressure is which is very, very important, and for which you have to get your own friends onto the street. And the schools of architecture can play a very, very important role, and they can become electives, they can become some subjects. Engineering colleges can also be. So I think the young people should join this. And the most important other component is senior citizens. Let me tell you, the in between people have no time. The people who are between 40 to 60 are busy with their daily office and everything. So you should get the youngsters, you should get the senior citizens, and you should market. You should do this decoding, and then only demonstrate. So we are all competent to make drawings. Literally put it on the drawings. Make some nice images. We have some before and after images, and show it to people. And that is the only way to do it. And there are we are trying to strive for that whenever you do a road, you must reserve 10, 15, 20% for the edge. And the edge we call is the embroidery. All contractor, all engineers want to put tar and concrete in the center of the road. And let me tell you, that is very easy. That is very fast. The billing is also very fast. काम फटाफट हो जाता है. लोगों को भी बहुत फटाफट दिखता है, रास्ता बन गया. लेकिन आपको अगर फुटपाथ करना है, सिटिंग करना है, लाइटिंग करना है, टैक्टाइल लगाना है, बोलार्ड्स लगाने हैं, इसमें बहुत मेहनत है. It takes a lot of time. And let me tell you, our first project which we did, the contractor was least interested in doing the edge. The stone sitting that we have done, believe me, they were not willing to execute it at all. The whole team. We were on one side, and the amount of space that we left along the tree, they said this is not required. And then we had to tell them that the trees need to breathe. And because we had it in tender, we said you cannot negate this material unless you construct it. And the contractor then constructed it, and he went ahead. And then in the end, the contractor tells us, and this is very important, he said, I'm doing hundreds of crores of work all over, but this is only 10 or 12 crores that I'm doing. But let me tell you, this is my best project. I can't share with you. Maybe I can personally. His office, he shared a video with me. And his office clerk or accountant had shot a video, and he put a Hindi music onto the video and said that street at Aund. So I think people just start owning good work, and the contractor takes great pride, and he wanted all the images from us to make a brochure with which he can get more contracts, So this is what the change can be.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. As you rightly said, better walkability within cities could lead to numerous direct and indirect social benefits. And when we talk about these safe communities, it is all about how engaged people are in the community and know and protect each other. So definitely a change is required, and which allows human beings and not vehicles to dominate the urban landscape. Thank you, sir. This was indeed an informative session. I must say it was actually a Tagda presentation from your side, sir. Thank you so much. So please stay online, sir. I guess all the participants have turned on their cameras. We'll have the attendance recorded. Others, those who haven't turned on their cameras, please switch it on.
How do you get to full screen in this? Because I am unable to. More options. Anyway, it's okay.
Yeah.
How many participants have been there? What was the
So
attendance?
we have 73 as of now. Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you all. Participants, kindly note in the attendance and exam form, please fill in your name the same as that of the one you had mentioned during the registration process, else we'll not be able to correctly track your attendance and the tests. So now we'll go for a break of, say, 2 minutes, during which you'll be put out in the breakout session, and we'll resume our session sharp at 11:30. Thank you, sir, once again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And
Yeah.
So I will leave the session. Is that fine?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Okay.
So you let me know when to start.
Sure, sir. We have put the participants in the breakout session. We'll inform you. Yeah. Excuse me, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, yes, I can hear
Sir,
you.
shall we go in for a trial run of your presentation? If you're willing.
We can do that.
Yeah. Okay, sir.
So here is, and can you see it?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yeah. Perfect. All right.
So this is fine. I think once you let me know, we can start.
Sure, sir.
I am here only.
Yeah. Welcome back for our next session of the day. I request Lidita to kindly introduce our next speaker.
Professor Shaleen Singhal is the Dean of Research and Relationships at Terry School of Advanced Studies. He had been a visiting Fulbright Fellow at the Yale University in 2018. Dr. Shingle is a fellow for the Higher Education Academy, UK, and a member of the Global Urban Competitiveness Project Council, US, an educator and a researcher for 24 years. He has been working in areas related to sustainability, urban development policy, and planning in India and the UK. He is an architect planner with globally awarded PhD on city competitiveness from Ulster University, UK. Professor Shinghal had led several multidisciplinary teams to undertake research and consultancy assignments, focusing on India and other developing countries. Interdisciplinary research by him and his PhD scholars examines the challenges and the solutions for smart sustainable cities. Professor Shinghal contributes to an external PhD examiner, doctoral research committee member, and guest faculty for research methodology at leading architecture and school planning schools in India. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. First of all, let me thank the MES School of Architecture and AICTE for having me over to share my thoughts relating to this very important program, faculty development program that you have put together. I must congratulate those who have been in the organizing of this program. That's a very well structured program and actually touches and gets into details of very contemporary and comprehensive way all the issues that are linked to the broader theme of climate change and sustainable development, and much more focused to our own domain area of built environment. So let me just share just a minute. Yeah, is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
I'm just putting it on a slide. Is it on a slideshow mode now? Yes.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So the topic for my discussion particularly is on smart cities. This is now not a new phrase for our domain of urban development in India, has been there for quite some time, at least last couple of years. But we will try to comprehend it in the context of climate change and sustainability as the broad theme of this particular faculty development program. So the way we can structure is, of course, that if there are any particular comments or questions from those who are the participants, I understand we have multiple faculty members as well as some of the professionals, scholars from all over the India. So if there are any questions or comments, please raise it either in whichever mechanism you are using, either through chat, or we may take even a short break in between for taking the questions, and also towards the end. So let me just begin with looking at the context, and I'm putting the context by putting forward in front of you some of the key questions. And first is itself that what has been the trajectory or transformation in the discourse on sustainability itself, how we have started to comprehend sustainability over time. Also, another related question is, are our cities, and particularly those which we are comprehending as smart or smarter cities, are these moving on the path of urban sustainability? And we are also, therefore, in that context, will look at what are the solutions or responses or optimal routes for transition to smart urbanization. We then finally also will be looking to what extent we have a role to play. We, in this sense, together, you and I, which are representing predominantly the higher education institutions, such as the Terry School of Advanced Studies and MES and many other schools of architecture and planning also, which are actually engaged into the entire process of smart urbanization in one way or the other. So this is something which you must have come across multiple times, which is also indicating the three pillars of sustainable development, are often being referred as the triple bottom line, which emphasize the significance starting from society to economy and environment. And there are, of course, on the interface, multiple dimensions or complex dimensions which reflect the interface, let's say, for example, between economy and environment as environmental management system and so on and so forth. But the definition itself, which was given by the Brundtland Commission in 1987, and which is the famous definition of meeting the development such that it meets the needs of the future, actually emphasize on 5 key areas. One, thought for the future, fairness and equity, care for the environment, quality of life, and greater participation. And all of this, actually, you can draw parallels to your own domain of architecture and built environment that you are concerned with. This had been the understanding for decades. However, this understanding has grown, which is reflecting sustainable development, has also grown over time. And this is another comprehension which is being referred as circles of sustainability, a very recent research by multiple universities led by the Western Sydney University in Australia and many of their partners, including the National Institute of Urban Affairs from India, wherein they are emphasizing the 4 key components relating to sustainability, which refer to economics, ecology, politics, and culture. And that's a very interesting phenomena of having if we look that very closely to how does that relates to cities, then you will find that if we compare the cities such as Delhi, Sao Paulo, Melbourne, what the graphics actually is reflecting is that these wedges and the colors in the wedges reflect the performance of a particular city on that dimension or sub-dimension. And from red, which is the critical performance or poorest performance, and as we move towards green, it is showing vibrant performance. So this is symbolic as of now, a symbolic representation of what this outcome of this research is about, which is highlighting that, for example, you will see that in case of Delhi, it's largely orange or yellow, and in some of the wedges are even red in color, reflecting relatively poorer performance on most of the dimensions, 4 dimensions, and their sub-dimensions, as compared to Melbourne, which is predominantly reflecting most of the wedges in green in color, and on almost all the 4 components, except to some degree less on ecology. So this is just an indication of how different cities are performing differently on multiple dimensions. But most importantly here is to notice that the 4th dimension, which is reflected here as culture, which is also now being referred as the 4th pillar of sustainability by many organizations, including the UN, OECD, etc., wherein this culture has been now recognized as the 4th pillar alongside society, economy, and environment. And that actually indicates an important dimension of the indigenous or the local context, which is extremely critical for our domain of built environment or architecture and urban development and urban planning. Moving on, if we look at how sustainability, referring to the sustainability science, and in that as well, if you look at the distinction between the developed countries and the developing countries, And the pillar on the pyramid on the left, which is reflecting the scenario in the developed countries, and the right, which is reflecting the scenario in the developing countries, or the north and south divide, which is indicating, for example, the comparison between old population predominantly and rich millions as compared to in the south young population and poor billions. The comparison of affluence in the developed countries versus poverty, the emphasis on global people in the north and local people in the south, the emphasis on resource surplus in the north, whereas resource shortages in the south, the focus on the causes of climate change. So predominantly the development happening in most of the north, or the cities and countries in the north, that is the developed countries, which are predominant causes of the climate change, and to some degree being referred as the impact in the cities and countries in the global south of climate change. So this is the kind of distinction being drawn by Cates et al. In 2001, a very important publication that reflected the pattern on the divide between global north and the global south in the context of sustainability and climate change. If we look at our context, which we are discussing now, that is cities and sustainability, and some of the interesting phrases coming from some of the leading scientists, authors, and researchers, such as Mr. Aga Khan, who said that we need nature more than nature needs us. And the second one from Oren Lyons states that when we walk upon Mother Earth, we will always plant our feet carefully, because we know that faces of future generations are looking up at us from beneath the ground. And here, very clearly, bear in mind the notion of planting our feet carefully. And that clearly reflects the kind of development choices that we are making. And for our community of architects and planners and urban managers, the kind of choices that we make, particularly the decisions that we take and the process that we adopt, reflects how we are actually planting our feet on the Mother Earth. Another important publication, The Great Derangement, Climate Change and the Unthinkable, which is raising the question, are we deranged, by Amitav Ghosh, which was a very important publication in 2016. And Ghosh actually has raised the issue or advocated highlighting our inability at the level of three components: literature, history, and politics, and our inability to grasp the scale and violence of climate change. So he's very emphatically identifying that the future generations will be thinking in future that were that particular generation deranged, that were they completely insensitive of what they had done in the context of climate change, particularly in the hotspots that contribute towards the maximum impact, that is our cities. So to that, we understood what it means by sustainability, but now to look at some of the predominant sustainability challenges that exist, which is reflected by this particular slide as well, that challenges have advanced to levels where human welfare is directly and immediately threatened. In some cases, pose future threat to humanity itself. That these challenges which we are referring actually may even pose threat to humanity. And if you notice the second point, which was way back in 72 by Ritter and Weber referred to these challenges as wicked problems. And some of these wicked problems referred in early 70s were climate change, water scarcity, land degradation, biodiversity loss, deforestation, and degenerating cities. And if we reflect on these today, after so many decades, we will notice, and we are in consensus, that most of these challenges are still in front of us as major problems that we are faced with. And also, Cates and several other Nobel laureates, such as Ostrom, have raised that sustainability challenges can only be met when fundamental interconnections between nature and society are studied in more systematic, integrated, and as well as flexible ways. So what these authors, leading authors, have reflected and have raised warning for us is that there is a need for even examining this interaction between nature and society in a more holistic and integrated manner. And our domain, which is of architecture and built environment, clearly, if not examining, are actually dealing with this interface and interconnections between nature and society, which also includes development, the ongoing development that is happening. So these just reflect how things have not changed over time, over so many decades, and are still this kind of sustainability challenges are in front of us. It is very clear that these challenges are actually going to grow globally, because particularly one dimension, that is of the population growth itself in the cities and countries. And some of the population figures which are reflected here relate to that in the cities, our global population between almost 2018 and 2050, India, China, and Nigeria will have almost just above 1/3 of the total urban population will be housed in these three countries only. And particularly in India, by 2050, we will have around additional 416 million population in the cities, as compared to even China, which will be around 255 million. Now, these figures get reported differently by different organizations, but clearly it is indicating the quantum of the challenge that will be there in front of us, which is also reflected by the notion of rapid urbanization. We keep referring to rapid urbanization itself happening in India, which itself is a question mark, because if we see that phenomena of urbanization in India in comparison to other regions in the last 50 years, we notice that US has been at the rate of 70 to 82%, and as compared to Brazil from 50 to around more than 80%, China at around 60%, and India is just around 32%. So comparatively, we are not actually in a fairly urbanized state still. Most of the urbanized regions are in North America, followed by Asia, which is also indicating that, however, despite of that, the fastest growing cities are currently located in Asia. Delhi and Shanghai joined the League of Meta Cities, which is more than 20 million population, and Beijing, Dhaka, and Mumbai are joining or have just about joined. It is also reflected from some of these figures that the fastest growing urban centers are actually less than million population cities, small and medium cities, which has been captured in the new urban agenda of developing countries, particularly uh, putting emphasis on these type of cities, that is small and medium cities. What is happening in India? If we look at the parallel scenario on urbanization, we also notice that at the same time, cities contribute in India 2/3, around 62% of the country's economic output. And therefore, they are also the main recipients of FDI, foreign direct investment. This is raising some hope and also acknowledging the contribution of cities in India. It is also expected that around 70% of the employment that is to be generated in future in India will be actually coming to the cities, and out of which particularly to the cities with population less than 1 million. And therefore, that is also going to result in driving our consumption expenditure, particularly in such cities. It's also important for our community and fraternity to notice that 70% of built environment, which is about to take shape in the next decade, is yet to be actually there. So this is also indicating on a very specific sectoral level how the challenge or the need and the supply is likely to increase both, and that therefore create opportunities. On one hand, it may create challenge for the cities and those hotspots. At the same time, also may create opportunities for investment to be attracted, both domestic and international. Despite of all these scenarios, we notice that most of the even metropolises in India and other leading cities appear to be contented. They are satisfied with the kind of unsustainable levels of stress on existing infrastructure and services and the resources that these cities have access to. So despite of all the challenges as well as opportunities likely, the cities appear to be contented. We look at particularly the sustainability challenges in smart cities, and we are very much aware of the growing number of the cities which are being referred as smart cities in India. We find that whether we say that population which is growing phenomenally, whether it is slow or rapid, it has actually resulted in cities facing with, even these smarter cities being faced with increased levels of pressure on their already inadequate infrastructure and their basic services. That means on one hand, whereas we are making attempts to make certain pockets or sectoral approach for making the cities smarter, but on the other hand, these cities themselves are also exposed to high level of pressures on their inadequate infrastructure and basic services. And the resultant of that is actually degrading environmental conditions, which directly impact the quality of life of inhabitants. In addition, we have discussed briefly the impact of unsustainable patterns of urbanization on climate change. We also notice that the cities in India are ranking very low on sustainability indicators and competitiveness indicators at the global level. In addition to ineffective governance at the local level and at the regional level in India, which is poor, but in addition to the local public sector governance, there is a lack of conducive business environment. That means we have not fully acknowledged the strengths of the business environment and harnessed it for the benefit of most of the, even the smarter, even the so-called smart cities. The examples of some of the what we refer as urban stress, even in the smart cities in India, gets reflected by the levels of services and the pressures on services and infrastructure, such as on water supply. For example, excess is ranging around 105 liters per capita per day as against the norm of 135 liters per capita per day availability, as against the international standards of 150. Most of the sewage and the wastewater that is coming out don't have access to the adequate infrastructure, and of which very little is actually getting treated. That means most of it is getting discharged either on our water resources or the land resources, etc. It is also clear that most of our cities, even the smart cities, are facing the existence of slum population and the associated challenges and impact of such existence. Are another example of this stress is that the declining proportion of the usage of our public transportation in many cities, despite of the efforts being made through the investment under the smart cities route as well. This is indicating one of the critical dimension which is being referred as inclusive development challenges, important for us to take an account of. That is reflected by some of the indicators such as very limited planning for housing for urban poor, hardly much emphasis on the mobility needs of urban poor. And all of this actually gives rise to indicators such as social tensions and crime. If we look at, while on one hand our GDP, perhaps this is the pre-COVID figures and scenario, that while our GDP growth rate had been improving, but India's performance on the human development indicator had been slow, which is an important dimension to take into account. For example, the proportion of our population living in multidimensional poverty. That means beyond just per capita income. Multidimensional poverty here refers to access to services also. And that has been the proportion of people living in multidimensional poverty is very high throughout South Asia, including that in India. High disparities in gender persist. And just an example that India ranked very low on the human development indicators way back in 2017. If we look at very recent figures, even India is ranking around 129. So that's not been, is still very, very low as compared to many countries, particularly on the dimension of human development. And that actually is an important outcome, even of what we are concerned with, the creation of infrastructure and built environment that has an important contribution towards human development indicators. This is just to summarize that the kind of challenges that even the smart cities are and shall be faced increasingly in future as well relate to spatial challenges, which means the disparity over the space of these cities in terms of higher income groups and the disparity between, let's say, existence of urban slums or urban villages, etc., or the areas which are fairly challenged in terms of access to basic services. The disparities in terms of demographic major environment-related challenges, economic-related challenges, and social-related challenges. But most importantly is also the institutional challenges that even the smart cities are largely even now faced with relating to the governance. And one of that is how well the current governance of smart cities is actually integrated and geared up to enhance the existing governance of the urban local institutions, such as the municipal corporations and municipalities. So what can be an optimal response? And that actually links to our second question of what is the optimal, what can be that route for transition towards more smarter and, let's say, sustainable cities in the context of climate change. And if we look at this kind of response that has happened at the global level over time, then you will notice from this figure itself that a lot of emphasis had been there over time, starting from way back in '76 with the Habitat 1 conference, then World Habitat Day in 1985, and then the Our Common Future, which gave us the definition, which I referred to by the Brundtland Commission in 1987. And then beyond that was the focus on, through Agenda 21, on the local context in the cities, particularly reflected in Chapter 7 of the Agenda 21 documentation, which then was taken forward in 1996 by the Habitat 2 conference, thereafter by the Istanbul +5 conference, World Urban Forum in 2002, and of course the establishment of the Sustainable Development Goals in the year 2015, and especially the Sustainable Development Goal number 11, which relates directly to the cities. Thereafter, since 2015, there have been several important and landmark events that have taken place, such as the Habitat 3 conference, which came out with the new urban agenda in 2016, the UN DESA conference in South Korea, the World Urban Forum last year at UAE, the recently concluded World Sustainable Development Summit organized by Terry in New Delhi, and the forthcoming UN Habitat Conference as the Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development in March this year. So these are some of the efforts which the global community has actually been putting together to look at and to address as a response towards sustainable cities and human settlements. This is not particularly limited to the phrase of smart cities, but taking a wider perspective to the same phenomena. Particularly looking at the Sustainable Development Goals and the box highlighted by the green boundaries, which is the Sustainable Development Goal number 12, which is responsible consumption, and the goal number 11 next to it, which is on sustainable cities and communities. And you will notice that out of these 17 goals, which were put together by the global community, these two goals, 11 and 12, actually cut across most of the goals, including no poverty, that is goal number 1, and all other goals, including protect the planet, that is goal number 13, and so on and so forth. I would here now also like to read a statement that on the one hand, over 1.25 billion people are still living in poverty. On the other, patterns of unsustainable production and consumption are endangering our planet's ecosystem. This threat presents us with an opportunity to work together. Now, important here is the emphasis on the keyword of unsustainable production and consumption, which was relating to the goal number 12 that was highlighted by our former President of India, late Shri Pranab Mukherjee ji, in the inauguration session of the World Sustainable Development Summit in 2016. If we look at this particular goal itself, which is I consider as an important response to tackle with the growing demand for making cities more smarter, and an important and comprehensive response will not only be looking at technology and looking at how we can make just energy efficient development, but to take a more comprehensive approach through the phrase of sustainable consumption and production, and which actually puts forward this kind of symbolic circle, starting, for example, we can start anywhere, but let's say D4S, that is designed for sustainability. That may lead to cleaner production and resource efficiency to be achieved. And this production itself could relate to the built environment that we are producing. Focus also on another sector, which is sustainable transport, on another related dimension, which is the appliances, such as the eco-labeling and certification of these appliances, sustainable procurement of material itself, which creates a major impact and change in our footprint. Emphasis also on sustainable marketing, whether it relates to the marketing of green buildings or green products. And thereafter, targeting behavioral change in the sustainable lifestyles of the users or the consumers of those who shall be looking or consuming and using such kind of production that is taking into account the concept of design for sustainability. And finally, leading that to the final stage of the cycle itself, that is waste management, and thereafter again taking the concept in continuation on sustainable resource management. So this is just a broad understanding of the phrase or the theme of sustainable consumption and production, which can be actually implied in the context of cities and the built environment. And if we look at that more closely, then the focus is actually on resource efficiency. How can we enhance our resource efficiency by taking the life cycle analysis approach alongside the sustainable consumption and production approach? How can this be actually integrated in our domain of establishing and enhancing smart and sustainable cities in India? And this approach actually puts forward this kind of pyramid approach, wherein important lowest layer itself is the emphasis on data and information, which is one of the weakest link that we have as far as the cities are concerned or our urban agenda is concerned. The lack of reliable data on which the analysis can be done, and therefore the emphasis on how do we strengthen the data requirement and data availability that can be used for such kind of life cycle analysis approach and sustainable consumption and production approach. Once that is established at the level, then we can certainly adopt more comprehensive LCA, that is the life cycle analysis approaches, that may further then lead to the third tier of designing and implementing our programs and activities, such as design for environment, green rating and eco-labeling, etc. And then finally, looking at the life cycle management systems and sustainable consumption and production policies. How do we push this entire agenda bottom up further through the policies that are also emphasizing on sustainable consumption and production? All of this put together may lead to the apex of this pyramid, which is sustainability. And this triangle itself, or the pyramid itself, reflects a holistic systems approach, adopting a systems thinking approach to sustainable consumption and production in the context of making smart and sustainable cities in India. They also provide us with the opportunities for intervention in the current cycle of urban development towards sustainable consumption and production throughout the life cycle of a product or a service. And bear in mind, here we are referring, or we may refer or comprehend product as the building itself. And the service is several services that our fraternity is providing in the context of smart systems. And I'll come to that in some more time. So if we look at the same time, what are the opportunities that are being created through smart cities interventions? One, that cities are now being considered as drivers of national economies rather as urban liabilities. Cities do facilitate, there is several positive dimensions also relating to the cities phenomena, facilitating diversity and opportunities for innovation because of the economies of scale and choices. If we look at our area of our domain of built environment, then India is almost at par with any other developed countries as far as its contribution of built environment to the nation's GDP. It is important to take into account, therefore, the inclusive growth, which is becoming a priority or which need to be a priority when it comes to domestic investment and the foreign direct investment. Finally, that the transition to smarter cities that we are into right now is actually contemporary, but it requires a much more comprehensive approach to actually not deal only with smart cities as the phrase itself, but sustainable and smart cities, which is what we have been discussing for the last some time through this talk itself. Now, if we look at the notion of sustainable consumption and our discipline, particularly of architecture, then some of the authors, such as Thorpe in the MIT Press 2010 and others, actually highlight that there are limits to the global resource capacity. And why we are concerned with this? Because we, in the sense we, our community, our architectural and planning and development community, fraternity itself, are actually, through our buildings, consuming beyond those limits which relate to the existing global resource capacity of the world, that we are actually consuming beyond through the notion of our built environment being created. Technical approach is required towards efficient resource consumption, which needs to be addressed both in terms of the material for the built environment as well as the services that are being designed and planned for this emerging built environment. As well as the environment that is getting created. So in short, The question is that can architecture take lead in supporting sustainable consumption? That's what we want to emphasize on. And pictures are clearly indicating the kind of disparity in terms of the high rise and high end development in contrast to the existence of slums nearby and in the catchment. In terms of looking this domain itself as the product which I was referring earlier, that is the buildings, and how do we take an approach of life cycle through various stages of manufacturing the product, consumption of this product, which is the building, and its contribution to various other challenges that we have discussed as climate change and resources. So I'm just trying to conclude here before we take certain questions in the next few minutes, that how sustainable architecture and design is actually moving at the minute with less integrated concept of sustainable consumption, and that there is a need for integrating these two movements together. On one hand, we have the movement of sustainable architecture globally, reflected through the green buildings and resource efficient buildings, etc. And on the other hand, there is a parallel movement on sustainable consumption. And there is a need to integrate these movements together. Some of the areas of efficiency which many of you are already dealing with, such as the efficient HVAC systems and lighting, insulation, installation of photovoltaic panels, etc., etc. And I've just put down these pictures of these two buildings which have been close to me, because I have been had used these buildings notionally being considered as more efficient and sustainable buildings. The top one is the India Habitat Center, all of you are aware of, where I had spent many of years working there. And the bottom one is actually the Yale School of Architecture, Yale School of Forestry and Environment in Connecticut, which is also considered one of the excellent example of a sustainable building that has taken into account the entire process, right from a life cycle approach towards design implementation of this building itself. This is also the picture on the right is of that Yale School of Forestry and Environmental Studies. But the points here are that architecture is not only about getting the technology right, but incorporating sustainable consumption principles at the design thinking level. And technology, however, has to go beyond efficiency. It is not only to be focusing on how do we improve efficiency, and for that, actually, an interdisciplinary approach is a must that goes beyond just the discipline of architecture. Some of the critical reflection, again, from taking examples of some of the buildings here, it is the last project which was initiated by Louis Kahn, also in Connecticut, as the British Museum existing in just next to Yale University. Raises certain questions for us to reflect on this domain of architecture integration with sustainable consumption, is that what kind of empirical evidences are existing where this integration is reflected? How important is this for societal behavior? And society here would relate to the three markets that we are concerned with. Of course, the developers market, the occupiers market, and the investors market. And how we can actually transform and move from design for sustainability, which is what we had been doing through the green architecture or sustainable architecture movement, but also towards design of sustainability. That means our own comprehension of sustainability itself, what we mean by sustainability when it comes to built environment in India, so on and so forth. So some of the questions that it also raises: what does sustainable consumption means to me as an architect? Can I contribute for it through academic and as well as professional projects? This is what the today's community in this conference is concerned with. What is the role of higher education institutions in this entire process, which includes us as the Terry University, as well as MES and many other institutions which you represent? How can sustainable consumption be integrated with architectural production, what we produce as towards smart and sustainable cities? These are some of the questions which is also reflected that there is another very important dimension which is already in front of us, reflected through the notion of within the smart cities domain, the emphasis on redevelopment and retrofitting. And that is where it relates to the brownfield development. How can we convert our dilapidated buildings and the infrastructure into more efficient spaces? How does that relate to the indigenous socioeconomic and physical context of cities undergoing renewal? And you will see that happening in most of the metro cities in India, including Delhi, which is undergoing almost 31 such projects of redevelopment, not only regeneration. And one such project is reflected here. This is one of the project of redevelopment where the entire central government housing scheme was brought down and has been converted into a high-rise building. Important here is that this kind of area-based approach or area-based development within the smart cities mission ranges from multiple types of interventions, ranging from facade upliftment, retrofitting of buildings, to even demolition and new construction. And at all of these interventions, there are potential for us to actually intervene from sustainable consumption domain. In the urban context, certain questions that we can raise: can placemaking, beyond just the building and the built environment, can placemaking, if it exists in India, also lead towards optimization of our resources? And how can the city's green infrastructure be multifunctional? The green infrastructure that exists in all of our cities. How can the built environment act as a catalyst? These are also some of the interesting examples of buildings that have to some degree reflect wherein there have been efforts to tap the potential that is required to enhance even the expertise towards sustainable consumption. And finally, some of the keywords that therefore are in front of us, such as redevelopment, retrofitting, and greenfield development. And the building just at the bottom is actually my university itself, which is the third building which I've been using for quite some time and take pride in as well. That it integrates to some degree such concepts of sustainable consumption as part of the built environment. What will happen if we take this into account is that this will create, this approach itself of integrating sustainable consumption and production within the architectural domain can create a value proposition, and which will also reflect an upward spiral if we are addressing some of these questions, such as, can we consider the project of strategic value? Any project that we are doing, what is its strategic value to the city itself, to the smart city in which it is going to be housed? So of course, the significance of the wider context, not only the built environment context, but the local economic development, the impact on social and the environmental or ecological concerns. How can the design-led approach raise even the performance bar for a building typology? So creation, let's say, of a museum, how can that actually raise the bar of museums being created thereafter in India and the region? How does an architectural production influence the real estate value of the impacted area? And finally, to how do we take a research-led approach with systems thinking in place? I will take a few questions here, and we can take a pause, and I would be very happy to take and address any questions before we go to some of the concluding remarks.
Sure, sir. We are having a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
So the first one, what is your take on in the race to become smart? Have we lost capitalizing on the traditional wisdom? Is it time to introspect?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question. And bear in mind that, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Bear in mind that for last couple of years, since this entire initiative of transforming towards smart cities has been in place, there has been a lot of debate on the term of smartness itself, being referred as sort of a kind of a downgraded. However, that approach may not help us in the debate and discourse itself. Only thing is, how do we comprehend smartness? If we look at smart as a more comprehensive approach, which is of course dealing with the local context and development, the development that is happening and its impact in the local catchment first of all. So for example, in the realm of smart cities, we have focus on this, what I mentioned as area-based development. And then we identify certain hotspot areas within the cities and bring them at a very, as exemplars, which may create, there is a danger of the creation of disparity in these as islands of exemplars, islands of excellence. However, if this is already taken into account, comprehended in our approach, then these islands put together, connected together, can actually contribute significantly towards the overall city's growth, which may therefore emphasize the sustainability or smartness of that city. So it does not actually matters much whether we call this approach as smart cities or sustainable cities or competitive cities. Yes, it is important that we are more comprehensive and sensitive towards a wider perspective that we adopt. I hope I have partly answered to at least this question.
Yes, sir. I hope it is answered. I guess I'll open the floor for the participants to directly interact with the speaker. We have a second question also. I request Architect Mahesh to directly interact with the speaker.
Thank you so much for allowing me to ask the question.
Thank you, sir.
Shalin sir, thank you so much for a wonderful talk so far. I'm looking forward to the other half of it. But like you said, value proposition, do you think we should kind of change the definition of smart now? Is it necessary to redefine this smartness? And also, are we really looking at creating an equilibrium between the nature and man? Because currently, like you mentioned, growth and development and the 35% rate at which we are developing, do you think we have missed out on creating an equilibrium for man and nature?
Mahesh, thank you for your question. So let me just start first of all that our rate of urbanization is not too high. So there is enough potential for us to get urbanized, and any change, including urbanization, is actually will enhance the conflict between nature and man. Of course, it will enhance the conflict. At the same time, we cannot do away with the development. So yes, there has to be a balanced strike between development and its impact on the nature. So whether we refer it as smart or change the phrase itself to sustainable or competitive or resource efficient or sentient cities, it will not matter. The phrase is not that important now. It is the approach that we take for how we are proceeding with development in those selected cities themselves as well. So as you are already aware that there are 3 levels of development that are happening within the identified smart cities, ranging from the PAN city, which is focusing on the city level infrastructure and services, to the next level, that is area-based development, and then of course the retrofitting of specific projects such as the one I mentioned was Kidwai Nagar and so forth. But within the same phrase of smart cities and across these 3 levels, if we integrate the concept of sustainable consumption, it will help us to really tweak the process and its outcome, that is the product, in a much more balanced manner, which will minimize that conflict. What I mean is, for example, if our focus is on enhancing the infrastructure for waste management and water supply, then we certainly bring the technology not only for enhancing the connectivity, communication, etc. of a city, but enhancing the efficiency of those basic services by integration of technologies such as ICT and IoT. Likewise, when we focus on retrofitting, how can we enhance the usage of material and technology and design itself that enhances the efficiency of the existing building? First of all, taking a decision that it is not to be raised to the ground, rather whether a potential for retrofitting exists or not. So these are the kind of approaches that will help us in taking a slight shift towards, it's not a significant change that we are demanding or expecting, but a minor adaptation towards sustainable consumption.
Sir, thank you for answering this one. I understand this change and this slight deviation is very important. And I think currently effort being made, but I think cohesiveness is is what is lacking. Maybe over a period of time that cohesion will also come.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we have one more. We'll have this also, and we'll resume your presentation. How can multidisciplinary opinions and ideas be incorporated in developing these smart cities or redeveloping cities to smart ones? So what are the gaps and what could be done?
Yeah, I think that's a question. Any other question before we? I can take another one as well, parallelly.
Yeah, that's all, sir, for now.
Okay, I think this question, I would put it for all the audience in a slightly different manner, that what can we do? What is it that we as a fraternity, predominantly I assume here, are from into those who are into architectural education or higher education institutions relating to architecture and planning. What is it that we can do as higher education institutions is important here. And that is where I would like to address this question. And if you look at, that is my next point, which is putting forward a higher education model for creating leadership in sustainable urban development or towards sustainable and smart cities. And if you look at that, that exactly relates to your question, that if we put multidisciplinarity on top, and that we are focusing on enhancing the existing understanding, knowledge, and skills, and also to enhance the interface between theory and practice. I think that is what we are all concerned with, whether it is higher education, but also to some degree also the professionals who are integrated into built environment development under the domain of smart cities. That if we take that, then on one hand, we are looking at some of these examples as the critical areas, such as establishment of sustainable urban communities, regeneration and value creation through the process of regeneration. What value creation that we are aiming at, and the impact, not taking into account the impact of globalization and competitiveness that is happening at the global level. How does that impacts even at our city under concern? On one hand, if we take few of these critical areas, and on the other hand, we look at the disciplines such as engineering and science, planning and real estate, and architecture and urban design, then what we are aiming to look at to address is new cadre of urban development professionals. And what we want is that the education itself, both architecture and planning, how can the education itself be slightly modified to or transformed to take into account this newer demand for smart cities? That means when we are saying architecture is not then limited only to our focus on design of buildings, but looking at the context, looking at the interdisciplinary approach, particularly when I said earlier it was relating to the three markets. And the most important, of course, that we are generally concerned with is the occupiers market. But equally important is how do we bring a behavioral change, not only with the occupiers, but also the developers and the investors towards what we are targeting is as the, let's say, sustainable buildings, or which is an important component of smart cities. So bear in mind that almost 30 to 35% of the footprint or resource consumption is happening because of the built environment sector. So any change, any positive change in this sector will have a significant contribution to the overall sustainability and therefore smartness of the cities. It is also that we are talking that when we are looking at the education itself, the curriculum itself, how are we actually emphasizing on the research component? Interestingly, this has been increasing now over the last few years, where even in the curriculum of architecture itself, research is taking a prominent role. However, this is something that we have to consciously enhance. I understand that many of those who are into the higher education for architecture and planning are also either enrolled or planning to, or may in future get enrolled into even the PhD programs. But important here is that whether you do that or not, you adopt a research-led approach for any subjects and subjects that you are teaching, which actually will create an impact on your students as the future urban development and management professionals not only as architects. Yes. Any other questions that we have?
That's all, sir. That's all for now. You can resume with your presentation, sir.
Okay, so I would just like to, this is just the ending slide, the last slide where I would close with the presentation and then just a few comments from the phrase from Mahatma Gandhi ji that reduce the resource intensity of production, undertake new patterns with reduced levels of consumption, and change what is being consumed and by whom. So Gandhiji indicated at that time itself the emphasis on consumption and production, but very consciously and cautiously on who is consuming and what. So it is important that we take into account that kind of disparity that exists in our cities, and therefore the comprehension of smart cities itself should be aiming at minimizing or maximizing the inclusiveness in the cities. And the last phrase by, again, Mahatma Gandhi ji, that sustainability will come a full circle only when the local knowledge is recognized and given its due importance. And this is an important context even for us, those who are dealing with architecture and planning. How do we actually emphasize greater and in an increasing manner on the local knowledge and the local context, which is where we are concerned with. To end with, I would just put forward that as I understand this particular FDP, which is aiming at the faculty members who are enrolled, who are actually enrolled as faculty members at different colleges, schools of architecture and planning, to consciously make attempts towards not only energy efficiency in buildings and its environmental implications, but take a more interdisciplinary and wider perspective towards creation of that built environment, looking at, for example, the behavioral change, the social context, and of course, the resource efficiency context. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. That was indeed an informative and detailed presentation. May I request the participants, if they have got any queries or questions, they can directly interact with the speaker. We can have a short discussion session. I guess we are done with the presentation, sir. So please stay online. Before heading on to our next session, I request all the participants to switch on their videos so that we'll record the attendance for the session.
It's always good to see the participants. So certainly, since we have a few minutes, if there are any questions, you may even raise your hand now that I can see most of you for any discussion that we can. Yes, can you spend a few minutes, right?
If not questions, you can deliver the comments also.
Yes, very much. Any comments are most welcome as well.
If I may add, actually, should I?
Yes, Mahesh, go ahead.
I myself am an environmental architect and planner. I just had a small comment to make is because we have become so resource free as a population. I think the bureaucracy is not allowing better utilization of existing resources. That is why probably we are kind of looking for newer resources, and this whole race to urbanize is kind of deteriorating our quality of life or living. Sir, what is your take per se on uh, creating norms about um, just full utilization of resources, if I may say, amongst cities? Because you see, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 are still fairly not abusing the resources. But do you think the tier 1 cities should have some norms over resource utilization?
Thank you, Mahesh. I think, first of all, the first component of your question itself is very, very critical, that your perception on bureaucracy not allowing. I think the problem here is the disconnect between research and decision making or policy making. That exists in India very largely. The disconnect between research that we do and its communication, and its right communication to the decision makers, and also to some degree the credibility of such research or the reliability of decision and policy makers on the research that is coming out of higher education institutions. And the reason for that again is the bottom of the pyramid. The availability and the reliability of the data that we are using, and the comprehensiveness and the robustness of the approach that we use in our analysis, based on which we are making certain recommendations as an outcome of our research, which therefore gets weakened when it comes to decision making. And hence it is not to blame only the bureaucracy, but what is it that we are putting forward to them for making their informed choices is critical. And that's where our role as higher education institutions or those who are into research has an important role to play. So I just have partly answered your first part of the question, Mahesh.
One point you Thank you so much, sir.
Anybody else has anything to add to the discussion? Now, some of the names from the participants. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir, for this very informative session. Thank you, participants, for being there. We'll have a breakout session now and resume back
Thank you.
soon. Thank you, sir.
സാറുടെ ഞാൻ കുറെ പ്രാവശ്യം പറഞ്ഞു എനിക്കൊന്ന് സെമിസ്റ്റർ തീരാത്തോണ്ടായിരിക്കും.
Hello, sir. Sandeep, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi, I can.
Hi, sir.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, you are.
Okay, sure.
Sir, we'll begin your presentation in a few minutes. Before that, can we have a trial run of the video?
Sure. We can do
Yeah.
that. Oops. There is some error that's popping up on my screen. I hope that's okay.
Yeah, no problem, sir.
Okay, yeah. Okay, okay, so my presentation is in two parts. One is a video, and then the rest is what I'm going to speak. So for the
Okay.
video, I'm going to play it first. Okay, so you may not be able to hear me because I'm going to play it out of a Bluetooth speaker.
Okay,
That's
sir.
we tried it with Tino yesterday, and I think that was the only way that it was getting through. So if you
Okay.
feel that the audio is not good or anything, just let me know. Okay,
I'll inform you. Yes, sir.
sure. Thank you. I'm not allowed to share. I'm not able to share. Okay, yeah. Now I am.
Yeah.
Yeah. Topographies of vulnerability, ecological resilience thinking in the tropics.
Yes, sir. It's
Yes,
visible
sir.
and
It's
it's
visible
audible
and
too.
it's audible too. As a major force awesome. Obliterating the processes in the biosphere. Our interactions with the biosphere, of which we are a part of, have undergone paradigm. Awesome.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. Hi. Thanks. I'm audible right now.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Sir,
sir. Sir,
you can
you
also
can also
switch on your
switch on
video
your video
while
Yeah,
presenting.
while
Yeah.
presenting. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Okay. So no, that is a recorded. That is a recorded one. So in the recorded one, I'll just be sitting around like that. So if you want my video on, I can be there. It may look odd that I'm speaking, but I'm not really speaking. So I thought the video can be just the video, and that's only like 10 minutes. So after that, I have a presentation. So I'll do one more thing. I'll probably share the presentation as well.
Yeah, we'll see, sir. Yeah.
Sure. Let me just open the. It's open, but I need to make it full screen. Present. Yeah. Yeah. Just let me know if you can see it clearly. Uh,
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Resilient landscapes, urban
Yeah.
landscapes. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm audible, right? I mean, you can hear me
Yes,
clearly.
yes, yes, you are very well.
Okay, sure. Thanks for that.
I'll let you know, sir, when we'll begin.
Sure, no worries. Yeah, I'll be
And as
ready.
you may prefer, you can have the video at first, then you can turn on your video while presenting.
Yeah. I think I'll have the video first, and then I'll do it.
Sure, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. So I'll be on mute and I'll be on standby. Yeah. Thanks.
Ha. Okay, sir. Welcome back. We'll have the third session of the day, but before that, we kindly request the participants to drop in their queries and questions during the presentation or soon after the end of the presentation. In case that we exceed time and a question comes in at the last minute, we may not be able to address it. So kindly cooperate. And any further queries may be mailed directly to the speaker. The mail IDs have been shared with the participants in a Google Sheet shared in the Google Drive containing the presentations. So we'll begin our session. Over to Lidita. Kindly introduce the speaker.
Architect Sandeep Menon is a core faculty member at Kamala Raheja Vidyanidhi Institute of Architecture and Environmental Studies, Mumbai. He holds a Master of Landscape Architecture and a Bachelor of Architecture degree, both from the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. He was the Design Director at Integral Designs International Studio Private Limited, New Delhi. He also has worked on landscape design and master planning projects of various scales in various biographies. His work often addresses the idea of natural processes, local ecology, and native planting. He is currently involved in the European Union Erasmus Plus research project for building resilient communities in conjunction with Donau University, Krems, Austria, and the University of Twente, Netherlands. He has also been an associated researcher in recently concluded World Resource Institute initiated research on urban mobility in Mumbai. His interests range from ecological urbanism, landscape ecology, sustainable urban water management, ecological corridors, and wetland systems. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Lydia, for that wonderful introduction. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you're
Yes, sir.
audible.
Yes.
Sure. So, without further ado, I can move into the session today. So, today's session is essentially about landscape, and I was asked to speak about sustainable landscapes, but I have actually taken the liberty and kind of modify the title a little bit, and I would like to speak about resilient landscapes. So, landscape architecture is a profession which I truly believe is kind of misinterpreted many a times in India, and especially in the last 16 years of practice that I've been in ever since my post graduation. I've often seen, and especially in academic institutions, wherein the idea of landscape architecture has always been skewed or sometimes misinterpreted, rather. So today's session would be, I mean, in the sense that I'll be very clear as to why misinterpreted, because landscapes are still seen in India as an extension of a built entity, or rather as a background or a foreground for a building. So, and such a discourse may have held merit in the early 20th century, but today, as we stand today in the midst of climate change and in the advancements of all the sciences that we know of, that explanation of landscape may sound a bit naive. So with that, I would like to start the presentation. The presentation is split into two parts. The first part is a recorded lecture, which I'll play through my Bluetooth speaker. So please bear with me for the beginning trouble for that. And the second part would be an exploration through three different case studies from three different parts of the world, but seen through the eyes of resilience and the power of what landscape architects or landscape could possibly do. So with that, with your permission, I'll start the session. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Topographies of vulnerability, ecological resilience thinking in the tropics. Human beings have emerged as a major force controlling and obliterating the processes in the biosphere. Our interactions with the biosphere, of which we are a part of, have undergone paradigm shifts over time. The Earth, as we know it, is 4.6 billion years old, while we humans have evolved to be a species, the Homo sapiens, just 0.2 million years ago. The cave-dwelling hunter-gatherer societies feared the forces of nature and often revered them. As civilizations and large-scale agrarian societies developed, their confidence that nature can be tamed came into being. However, the resource extractions were still limited and the consequences were not apparent. The post-industrial world has been reckless in following the idea of infinite growth and development. This mode of resource extraction has seen an unprecedented rise in the last 70 years, and this has tipped the balance in the human in biosphere paradigms, and the detrimental effects of these are now being apparent. The human-centric processes have indeed become a significant force in the dynamics of the Earth's systems. That the present geological timescale epoch of Holocene has been suggested to be replaced with a more appropriate epoch of the Anthropocene. But before we examine what Anthropocene is, it is imperative for us to understand the global geological timescale. The geological timescale refers to the system of chronologically arranging geological events from the cues collected from various rock strata. This enables us to temporarily locate the biogeoclimatic events in the timescale. The timescale is divided into eons, which are further divided into eras, which are further subdivided into periods. The periods are divided into epochs, and each epoch into ages. The current epoch that we are in is known as the Holocene, and it's 10,000 years old. The Holocene corresponds to the rapid growth in human population, technological advancements, and urbanization. This has been primarily possible due to the predictable climatic patterns and seasons in the last 10,000 years. Large-scale agriculture was possible due to this predictability of the weather patterns. If you notice the graph on the screen, you'd find a very narrow range in which the temperature variations in Holocene have been hovering. The consequences of human actions of overexploitation of resources and waste generation have begun to threaten this phase of seemingly stable state of climatic predictability. Extreme weather events have become more frequent and with increased intensities around the world in the last 20 years or so. The concept of Anthropocene has been forwarded by the scientific community to redefine the present epoch. Biologist Eugene Stoimer is attributed the usage of the word Anthropocene in its present context. There are differences in opinion on when should one consider the beginning of Anthropocene to be, but irrespective of whether the data points on its beginning are agreed upon by the scientific community, it is time that we accepted Anthropocene as a fractured reality in which we exist. Anthropocene could be defined or seen in multiple lenses. It serves as a meta-narrative of the post-industrial planetary urbanization, a narrative in which energy and resource-intensive industrialization and capitalism have often been accompanied by unprecedented rise in human populations, increased movements of energy and materials, and increased waste generation. Another notable aspect of the Anthropocene is the fact that local actions often manifest in global repercussions, something that we've chosen to ignore in the past. It could also be viewed as an ethical framework, or rather as a critique on our policies and methods of operation. It could be used as a tool to hold countries or even corporates responsible for their action. The concept of planetary boundaries proposed by the Stockholm Resilience Center in the last decade is one of the state-of-the-art methods of analyzing and understanding the consequences of our action on the biosphere. It reinforces the idea that the planet has its limits and all living beings need to operate in a safe operating boundary to ensure future sustenance. As of 2019, we have transgressed 3 of the 9 planetary boundaries. Transgressing a boundary could trigger abrupt environmental changes, which may be irreversible. The 3 transgressed boundaries are climate change, biodiversity loss, and biogeochemical flows. These disruptions affect the Earth's ability to be resilient and recover from the stresses. Scientific studies suggest that once breached, it will be difficult to restore the safe operating space for humanity, especially because the present paradigms of socio-economic development are indifferent to environmental degradation. Cities occupy 2% of the world's land area and it's home to 55% of the world's population. They generate more than 70% of the global GDP, and incidentally, they're also responsible for 70% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. Scientific studies claim that by 2050, 50% of the world's population will reside in the tropics. The tropical economies are said to be growing at about 20% faster than the rest of the world. This results in rampant expansion of the tropical cities. Tropical cities experience high temperatures and high humidity. They are highly vulnerable to extreme heat stress as well as hurricanes triggered as a result of climate change. Urban environments are hotter than its non-urbanized surroundings, a phenomenon explained by the concept of urban heat island effect. Urban heat island effect intensifies the impact of heat wave incidences on cities. Coastal cities in the tropical zone are also affected by sea level rise. The impact of sea level rise is not equally felt around the planet. Some locations experience a greater rise than others due to peculiarities in the local terrain, the local hydrological factors, oceanic currents, and other regional factors. 15 of the 20 megacities in the world are located on the coastlines, and they are particularly vulnerable to sea level rises. Sea levels have risen by almost 3 inches globally in the last 20 years, and there is an estimated rise of 1/8 of an inch predicted for every year. Melting of the polar ice sheets and the land ice sheets are primarily responsible for sea level rise. A bigger hidden problem in this process is that it can accelerate through positive feedback. Snow-covered ice has a high reflective index or albedo, which means that the radiation is reflected back from it and not absorbed much as heat, while water on the other hand has a very low albedo and absorbs high amounts of solar radiation and heat from the low atmospheric layers of Earth. Hence, once the ice starts melting, the process accelerates without an external influence to cause refreezing. The current estimates predict that the sea levels will rise up to 6.6 feet by the year 2100 if we continue on the business as usual carbon emissions. Socio-ecological resilience is the capacity of a system to adapt or transform in the face of change in socio-ecological systems, especially unexpected change, in ways that continue to support human well-being. Adaptability refers to human action that sustains, innovate, and improve development on current pathways, while transformability is about shifting development into new pathways and even creating new ones. Resilience thinking explicitly focuses on understanding how periods of gradual change interplay with periods of rapid change in intertwined socio-ecological systems confronted with true uncertainty and what that means for the people and the planet. The social and ecological systems are intertwined and are co-evolving, which means that they are shaping and are being shaped by each other.
Right. So that was the first part to kind of set the stage for what to what the understandings of the ecology and where does landscape kind of lie within this entire larger discourse. So what I would do is I would like to follow up this first part with the second part, wherein I'll be sharing a few case examples of landscape projects around the world, which may not necessarily be sustainable landscapes, but are definitely resilient landscapes. And sustainability is something that is kind of inbuilt into it. So, if with your permission, if I can,
Sure, sir. Sir, could you please switch on your video? I guess you have connectivity issues over there. Hello? Hello, sir? Hello, sir. We can see your screen. Am I audible to you? Hello?
hi, am I audible now?
Yes, sir. You are.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. So I think you'll have to give me the permission to be a presenter so that I can share my screen.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Yeah, sure. I'm so sorry for this. I mean, I guess there is a bandwidth connectivity issue at my end because of which this is happening. So I'll keep the video off and because it's more important for me that you see the presentation and hear my voice rather than see me. And probably
Sure, sir.
one,
As you may prefer.
yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead. Just let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. And you can hear me clearly, right?
Yes, very well.
Okay, so thank you everyone for being patient enough to kind of go through this. So this here I come to the second part of the presentation. So as a practitioner and then eventually as a faculty member, I've often been asked this question as to why does one kind of give emphasis to the idea of urban when I speak of resilient landscapes. And just to kind of explain that to the world, I went through a lot of data and then I realized that there are the reason why we should be concentrating on the cities right now and as we speak is also because of the fact that the world over we are more than 50% urban, somewhere probably in the mid of 2008 or so. The world kind of moved from being a rural planet to an urban planet, and the trend of urbanization is actually increasing, and that too at an unprecedented stage, especially for the global south cities. Just to illustrate this, so don't take my word as it is, but just to illustrate this, I kind of got some slides from this is from Indian Institute of Human Settlements, wherein they had done a very interesting study, in which they looked at India as it was in 1951, wherein they were looking at population of more than 5 million. Now, as you can see that there are absolutely no cities which probably had a population of more than 50 lakhs, which is 5 million. So there were obviously bigger cities. The biggest one was probably Calcutta at that time, followed by Mumbai, Hyderabad, and Chennai and Delhi. From 1951, we just move forward 60 years, and this is where we are, where we were in 2011. So we have cities which have 20 million, 16.9 million, 15.5 million, and then we have a lot of other second tier cities as they were called in the past, which have kind of come up with. And then there are many more cities which are kind of showing up, and especially if you're from Kerala, like where I am from, if you look at it, you could see the trend that's happening there. It's almost like one continuous city, wherein the boundaries between the urban, the peri-urban, and the rural are kind of blurred. Now, this was 10 years back, and I'm sure if this is to be projected for 10 years from now, 2031, then what we are going to see is this. So essentially, a highly urban planet. And most of the problems that we have and most of the issues that we face are also due to the fact that our modes of development are very, very different from what it used to be, or like how I explained in the video earlier, that this human of of coexistence has now shifted. We are under a false pretense that that we are controlling nature, and technology can actually make a big difference in the way in the way that we can work. And in many ways, many of us are actually climate deniers. So in that light, I thought I should kind of show you three examples from different parts of the world, which kind of speak of positive examples of creating resilient landscapes. The first, so I'll move from the smaller to the larger scale as I speak, and I'll be very quick. So if there are any doubts or any questions, maybe you can either interrupt me in between and ask me, or at the end, maybe we can take up questions as well. The idea here is not to be too theoretical about the whole process, but to be able to kind of convey a narrative or a story, and through that story, many ideas and many concepts that I've come across. So that's the idea of the presentation, because I realize that all of you are also co-faculty members and co-colleagues. So the idea is not to sound pedantic or prescriptive, but rather as a medium of a conversation starter, wherein we can kind of look at these projects, start speaking about them, and then kind of take it forward. The first project that I would like to kind of show you is essentially a regeneration of a brownfield site. And the reason why I also chose this project as one of the first ones to speak about is because Kerala is actually faced by this big problem of waste management. As to every city, be it Kochi, be it Trivandrum, be it Kozhikode, be it Thrissur, every city has this issue of how does the city municipal corporation, kind of collect the waste, and where do you kind of dispose it of. And that's why we have protests that are happening in Villapilshala in Trivandrum. We have other problems in other places in Cochin. In Thrissur also there are issues with handling waste, and even though waste collection happens in a very very organized way, thanks to the Kudumbashree workers and the other organizations that work with the government. But what happens to that waste is always a big question. Half of it is probably just dumped into the backwaters or into vacant plots without even explicitly stating so. And in that light, I want to kind of show you a very successful project which is currently happening. This is Fresh Kills, which is in an island called Staten Island, just south of Manhattan. And some of you may be familiar with the project, but I would like to kind of show it to you through the lens of a landscape architect. So Freshkills was a landfill site which kind of came up in the late 1940s. In that time, in the post World War period, the idea of disposing of waste from a city was essentially to kind of dump it in a landfill site, probably in a marshy area or a low-lying area, and then eventually cap it up and then reuse that land as future real estate. So Freshkills was, of course, a marshy area south of the Manhattan Island. And it was a poorer neighborhood, as you would have kind of understood if you follow sociological kind of trajectories of how cities work. So the idea was that they would kind of use it as a landfill site for 20 years, and after that they would cap it up, leave it fallow for a few years, and then kind of come up with a development, a water edge development, which can then be sold off or kind of considered as an extension to the New York City. But like all government policies, what happened was something very different. Even though it started in 1947, the landfill site went on all the way to the 1990s, and then eventually somewhere in the end of the 1990s or early 2000s, the New York City Corporation decided to close Freshkills, because by then it had possibly become the highest topographical feature on the eastern coast of the United States in that particular area. So imagine the highest topographical feature that you could, kind of map on a GIS map was not essentially a mound or a summit of a natural form, but it was that of a landfill site. So this was a celebrated last garbage barge to Freshkills. Um, and but something in 2000s they had also floated a competition wherein they were invited consortium of architects and landscape architects and urban planners and ecologists who kind of worked on kind of closing Freshkills as a site and then reclaiming it as a natural, as a park, a park that is 3 times the size of Central Park, New York. So those of you who are urban designers would know the importance that Central Park, New York plays in our pedagogic, lectures and in our academic, discourses, wherein we look at it as one of the first, truly designed public spaces, in a democratic country, and how that, even after 150 years, how it kind of still stays true to its original intent and things like that. So here is a park which is 3 times the size of Central Park, New York, and and so the design process started. And James Conner Field Operations, was a firm that kind of won the project, and they started, drawing up plans for doing it. But fate would have a different trajectory for Freshkills. So 2001 was also the time wherein, September 11th, 2001 was when the Twin Towers kind of broke, and then the corporation had to kind of deal with a lot of debris, a debris which was kind of mixed with human remains. So Freshkills was again opened, and a part of it was basically converted into a laboratory wherein there were researchers and forensic experts who were literally going through, building debris, brick by brick, dust by dust, kind of tracing human debris within it, and then kind of trying to trace the DNA and try to find the people, the unknown people who would have probably lost their lives. So Freshkills, kind of evolved from being a garbage dump to to a very peculiar, kind of a laboratory. And once that exercise was concluded, and the actual rehabilitation of the site began. Unlike landscape projects in this part of the world, wherein we talk of the humans being the core actors and the core clients, and we kind of respond to the humans, and then we start devising a landscape trajectory. Here was a very, very different way. The program, the landscape program, just like a building program, was actually kind of, etched out. But at the same time, the habitats which were there, because by then we should realize that, in the last 50, 60 years, Freshkills had already developed into a bird habitat of its own, because there was a surplus of garbage. There were lots of rodents which had, kind of come in and, kind of made that their homes. So there were birds of prey that had kind of uh, started inhabiting these areas. So there were existing habitats there, and there was also a potential, because this owing to the fact that it was a waterfront edge, to a brackish water kind of an estuarine mount, or rather a creek, so there was a possibility that Freshkills could, kind of develop into a bird and an avian habitat. So the human programs, the habitats which are already there, and the future potential of it being a habitat, and of course the way that humans would actually start inhabiting, or kind of using this plot. So all the three were, were kind of identified as the three organizing principles of kind of going through the site. Now very quickly I can, kind of show you how they went about doing this, and it was a highly scientific way of, kind of handling a site. So the wetlands which were there prior to 1948 got filled up with 150 million tons of waste. And the first thing that they did was, even though the waste was kind of dumped and it was there for a lot of years, anaerobic decomposition is something that can't be, kind of plugged in, or can't be kind of controlled. And also the fact that leachates would actually kind of leak from the debris, and it would contaminate the groundwater, or the future development that would kind of come up, was always a question. So there were trenches and mechanisms that were laid down to kind of collect the liquid leachates, on top of which there was a very reticulate network of gas extraction networks that were placed. Now this is very interesting, because, like in Delhi we have the Indraprastha Park, on the boundaries of the ring road in Delhi, which was basically a landfill site of the past that was capped, and it was left fallow for around 20 years or so. And then eventually, around the turn of the millennium, a Millennium Park, or it was later renamed as Indraprastha Park. Delhi Development Authority did a fantastic job of landscaping the space, and, kind of making a public space available for the city. But because the capping was not done properly, and because the gas extraction networks were not laid in a very, very reticulate way, so what happens is that in that park, the trees, when they grow beyond a certain height, they tend to wilt. And it was a peculiar phenomenon that was, kind of being noticed there. And the truth is that when you cap a site, you kind of lay a lot of soil on top, you soil cap it. But if you do not lay an impermeable liner in between the lower layer and the top layer, what would happen is that the roots of the tree would kind of penetrate into the debris layer, and that debris layer is highly contaminated. It has a lot of anaerobic decomposition, which is probably happening, or probably has happened, and there are trapped methane, bubbles which are there. So, and the moment the tree roots kind of get in touch with them, the tree starts wilting. So, but in order to cap it, you need to ensure that the methane is kind of collected. The methane and the other anaerobic gases are collected, because otherwise we are kind of sitting on a ticking time bomb. So the gas extraction network was kind of laid. And that's also has a double benefit, because, this gas extraction wasn't used for energy generation, and then the impermeable liner was laid, soil cover was put on top, and then the surface water network was kind of figured out. So there were bioswales, there were water collection points, because the idea was that when it rains, the idea was not to kind of let all this rain go and flood into the water bodies on the sites, but rather the site acts as a sponge. It acts as a sponge which would collect the water, and it would gently kind of allow for it to kind of move on, because anyway percolation onto the debris was not being allowed because of the impermeable liner. So, so it was essential for, kind of understanding the hydrology, or the future hydrology of the site, or how would it kind of work. And then, of course, habitats were being created. So while one goes about laying the soil cap, while one goes about, changing the vegetation on the top, we are also kind of disturbing the existing habitats, half of which may be filled with, rodents and other animals which are probably not beneficial for humans, or probably are a pest or a danger for human contact. So there was a very careful exercise that was done with a series of ecologists, who kind of identified which all kind of habitats could be created and how could they be created so that they are self-sustainable and they're resilient at the same time. So they kind of went through the pollen and the kind of species of plants which had already kind of come up on its own. They did a very, very a very, very intricate analysis of whether the pollen would create a problem in the humans, whether it would trigger asthma or some other kind of allergy reactions. Are those plants invasive in nature, or are those plants really truly beneficial for the local flora and the fauna? So essentially a detailed study was done, and then a series of plants were chosen, and that's how the rest of the park was, kind of laid out. Circulation pathways were kind of laid, but not in isolation, like how we see in most landscape projects in India, wherein the network of pathways essentially belongs to the whim of the designer who designs it, but rather the circulation pathway was seen as an extension to the city fabric, and to kind of look at it as a connection through the different parts of the park, and different programs were then kind of involved into it. So this is what I was saying. And it was a from a top-down approach of humans to the different part of nature. This was actually a bottoms-up approach, of wherein we look at the land, we look at the landscape, we see what is there, and then kind of design from there. So these are the various aspects of it. I'm not going into the details of it because I believe I've kind of woven a narrative which is convincing enough for you to understand how intricate the study was, and also, unlike many projects, or unlike our understanding of architectural projects as being static, you make a 3D view and then you make a project. It's possible that I can make a project and, kind of interior designer can come in and kind of, place the picture and the potted plant and the cushion and the throw in a way wherein it can look exactly the same as a view. But here we are dealing with a dynamic system, a landscape that would move and flourish over the years. And if you have to regenerate a landscape that has been so degraded for so many years, it can't happen in one move, and that's a mistake that most landscape architects kind of do it because of a problem in the way that we are taught in our colleges, that we're not really taught about the idea of time. For us, a design process is something that happens in one go and there's a final product. So here is an example wherein, you kind of look at phasing from the seeding strategy to the laying of the infrastructure to laying of the programming to the way the park would adapt. So it's a 30-year trajectory for the park that has been drawn up. I guess the work started somewhere in the mid of 2000s. So, somewhere around 2008, they started with the first phases, and then now it's kind of in process. So, if you are on Instagram, you can actually follow this particular project and, kind of get to know more about it. So this is these are the finer details, which I'm not going into the details of how did they kind of lay the liner, how did they kind of encapsulate the the gases which are being formed, and what is it kind of used for. And then the planting strategy. So the idea was not to create a beautiful park which may look beautiful, quote unquote, in the way that we humans perceive it, but it was to kind of create a park that's natural or pastoral in nature. So the meadow grass was kind of, allowed to kind of take over. So the seeding was of course done of the beneficial species that we wanted to kind of be there. Only those areas were given extra soil fill wherein the orchards or, the trees were supposed to be there, and knowing very well that these orchards are safe for these fruits to be consumed because the soil is kind of treated soil. The soil does not, the roots do not necessarily kind of touch the garbage dump below. And this is like a classic example of how it was in 1973 to an artistic rendition of how Freshkills would be as a park when it's complete. And these are the different areas of how was it kind of programmed. So there were info centers, restaurants, even spaces, jetties for access. Then the northern area, to kind of retain a more natural character, there were bird watching areas, and I'm not going into the details of this. This is something that you can kind of see for yourself. And the West Park was where the sifting of the human remnants from the debris was had kind of happened. So it was the design was kind of tweaked to kind of incorporate a commemorative designed feature for the 9/11 martyrs. Now this was an example of a design competition of creating an artwork in the park. Now I find that there are so many projects around India, wherein there are lost opportunities. Here is a project wherein an art was there was a competition for designing an artwork for the park. But here was a fantastic example of a response wherein these are meant to be whirlers, so which are kind of inspired by the skirt of a Sufi. They're basically windmills which generate power, but also kind of create a very dynamic landscape when you're there. And the primary problem with windmills, the engineered solution of windmills, is that birds don't necessarily see the windmills when the windmill is in motion, like just like a ceiling fan. So when you switch on a fan, when the fan is switched off, you can make out whether there are 3 blades or 4 blades. But when the fan is on full swing, you don't necessarily see the blades, right? So while here, when the whirlers are in motion, you would still see them, because of the perceptiveness of the color, and also the fact that the density of it. So creating an art, it's like thinking out of the box, and kind of generating energy, and also creating an Instagrammable selfie point. So one that kind of helps in the engagement of humans with the landscape, and also the project in general. What are the lessons to be learned out here? So one is the idea of thinking out of the box. I've spoken enough about it. Second is converting a liability to an asset. And the creation of a very successful urban public space, while it's not yet been tested yet, but knowing the fact that this is in a poorer neighborhood which was in a dire need of urban funding and renewal. I think that this is a great, which is a predominantly black neighborhood. And then ecological methods which have been employed for regeneration. So here, if you notice, and in the other projects that I'm going to speak about as well, there is a very, very there's a very conscious move from being engineering heavy to being nature based. So the solutions are kind of nature based, and of course energy generation from waste. So from that project, we move to the second one, which is essentially to do with urban flood control. This is a project much closer home to us. This is in Singapore. Now, I understand the first project was in a developed nation from the global north, a city that can actually afford to do it. Now, this again is another city which can actually afford to do it. But there is a reason why I want to kind of show this project, and that's because the kind of the biogeo climatic situations that we have in Singapore are actually very similar to what we have in Kerala, or in Mumbai, or in Goa, or the western part of India, or most of India, actually, and also the fact that it's a country which probably got independent, at a time which was very similar to where we also had received independence. Of course, their political conditions are very different, and their will to kind of get things done are very different. But then the learnings of a project can definitely be imbibed by us, and so that is why I thought this was essential to show you a project. And this project I can easily visualize a project of this scale in cities in Kerala, because the scale of the project is much lesser. Singapore is a city which is as dense as most cities that we have in Kerala. So this is a small park which kind of came about in the 1980s, when the Housing Development Board started taking up large tracts of land and started making public housing for the city. So this is the Kalang River. The Kalang River starts from the mountainous region of Singapore, and it kind of flows down south, and it empties out through the much celebrated project of Singapore, the Marina South, with the Gardens by the Bay project. So I'm not going to talk about the flashy Gardens by the Bay project, but rather much smaller, a much gentler, but a much more sensitive development in Singapore. So this is the Bishan Angmo Kio Park, which was developed in the 1980s, and the understandings of how hydrology and how landscapes work, like I tell you, have kind of evolved in the last 20 or 30 years. So in the 1980s, our understandings of water or handling water was that, when it rains, water has to get into the drain and it has to disappear. There should be no water logging. It should be clean. The edges should not erode. So the idea was what we are doing right now in India. Our irrigation department does it in many of the places wherein we have, like in Mumbai, for example, in the name of flood control, we are actually going and making flood control walls, RCC walls on the edges of the drains and the rivers and the rivulets here. And we are paving the base, and we are also creating a 6 meter wide path, concretized path on the edge, because these waterways could get clogged, and in order to prevent floods before the monsoons, a mechanical vehicle will have to go in and dredge and clean up the waterways. So hence we need to have a concrete path on the edge. I mean, in many ways, if you look at it scientifically speaking, we are doing all the wrong things and not the right things. So here in 2008, as part of the ABC program, I think it's Active, Beautiful, Clean River or Water program in Singapore. They started a small intervention wherein they tried to recreate, or rather, kind of daylight a stream. Like they kind of broke the bridges, they kind of, broke the edges of the walls, and they tried to recreate the stream as how the Kalang River would have been in the past. And so rather a 2.7 kilometers straight concrete channel was basically restored to a 3 kilometer long natural water body. And this was an existing park, like I told you, and in between two very highly dense neighborhoods, as you can see. But in the past, the connections were kind of only through the three bridges that they had within the park. But this was, kind of relooking at a park which could actually encourage people to kind of move to the water and, kind of indulge with it viscerally, and then kind of move across when it's not flooding. So here is a park, so if I can just talk of the metrics rather than I think the graphics are clear enough for you to kind of understand. So there was a 40% increase in the ability of this particular part of land to hold the water. So the idea was that if you can hold water here during, let's say, a flash flood, then it may not create a flood-like situation or a waterlogging situation in the CBD of Singapore, the Central Business District of Singapore, which is south of this area. And it also led to a 30% increase in the biodiversity. This is all based on scientific studies. I've kind of, I'll give the links. These all images are from Studio Atelier Drysdale. And there was also a 12% increase in the way the recreational spaces were designed by the landscape architects. So I'm not going into the details of it. So one of the major challenges that we have, when we have to indulge in a project like this in India, is the multiplicity of ownership. Like for example, the government, the municipal body would come and say, oh, this belongs to the irrigation control department, the drain. The land next door is Porambok, so you have to go and talk to the municipal authorities. But this land, oh, that land is owned by a housing development board. So there are different bodies who kind of hold the land. So there is never a way wherein we can get all of them together and kind of engage in a way and kind of move smoothly. Here is an example, a very similar example, where the canal was under the Public Utilities Board, very similar to the PWD that we have in India, while the park area was under the National Parks Board, like the horticultural department. So what they did was they basically got it all of them together to kind of speak. They kind of rewrote the land use plan so that wherein there were multiple authorities who were kind of in control of it, because otherwise this would not have been possible. Kind of break it up, kind of increase the volume, the holding capacity of the pond, but at the same time kind of create a much smoother, much softer kind of a space to kind of let the water flow in. And when I say create a softer space, they did not really kind of just put soil and let it be. In that case, it would have gotten eroded. So they had to kind of stabilize the slopes. So one of the ways of doing it was through bioengineering methods. But there again, rather than picking up a bioengineering method from somewhere and kind of imposing it there, what they did was ingenious, if I may say. What they did was they tried out 10 different test fits, and they allowed the water to flow through this part of the channel, and they did a very thorough study of each of these 10 bioengineering methods. And so this is zero, I mean, at the starting point when they were this, and they let the water started flowing in after 3 months, after 6 months, after 12 months. So each of these methods were studied, and then they eventually came up with the 2 or 3 methods that they eventually adopted. And I thought that was ingenious. Uh, Also, a part of the water was taken into this landscape feature that you see, which is actually a cleansing biotope. It's basically a constructed wetland. So the water is kind of clean because it's one of the initial areas of where the river kind of starts with. But then they wanted to use that water into a children's playscape, and Singapore has extremely high standards when it comes to the ability of the water to be clean when a human can touch it. Something that we really don't, we have the rules in place, but we do not really kind of follow it. So here is a cleansing biotope wherein the water kind of moves through the different terraces, where plants and the root zone kind of works on it, and then the water gets cleansed as it moves through this whole system. It's like a living machine, and at the end that water then moves through a UV filter, and then it's just used for the playground. And you won't believe it, I mean, I was shocked when I saw the figure that 86 lakh 40,000 liters of water is essentially cleansed through this biotope daily. I mean, imagine a small landscape feature, and then they can do so much. Um, so this landscape feature that you see in this part is actually called the recycle hill. And the rocks that you see there are not actually rocks, but they are the debris which have been cut out of the concrete channel, and they've been laid in a way to kind of create this mound. And also, like I told you, so it's no more the bridges that kind of connect the neighborhoods, but the pathway then kind of comes down. It forms stepping stones wherein children are actually encouraged to touch the water, look at the fish, sit there and contemplate. So so it's a completely different notion of how a park could be kind of visualized. And that is the water playground that I spoke about. So this water is 100% recycled through natural methods from the cleansing biotope, from the water of the river, and the water eventually goes back into the river after it goes through the playscape. What is amazing is that in physics we learn about hydraulics, right? So we talk of Venturi's principle, we talk of laminar flow and all of these. So here is a way wherein through play the kids are kind of introduced to it. Like the medallion, this one. If we kind of move it around, then the flow of the water changes. If I push this down, then the water table kind of keeps increasing on the side. It becomes impossible for me to hold it down anymore, so I'll have to push it up. If I move these around, the meandering pattern of the water changes. So there is an amazing way in which kids are kind of exposed to all these urban kids, because the ones who've kind of grown up in rural areas wherein you're encouraged to go to the water and the stream and take a bath, then that's a different story, but I mean, I'll tell you a very classic example of my own story. Like I studied in Trivandrum in one of the better schools out there. But frankly, when my geography teacher in my seventh standard spoke about the meandering river, I actually thought it was the way the water kind of moves up and down, because she just drew a squiggly line and said the river starts meandering when it comes to the plains. And frankly, I thought, okay, the river starts, the surface of the water starts to move up and down. So I thought that was a meander. It took me months, to kind of understand what a river meander was. So so I mean, as teachers, we don't necessarily realize, what are we teaching many a times, because we kind of take it for granted that the student understands. But then yeah, so here's a project that kind of successfully introduces kids to the idea of hydraulics. Probably not meander, but yeah. And then newer objects were created. So what is fantastic is the fact that there is a certain relation between the built entity and the planting that goes next to it. Now this is a palm which needs no introduction to those of you who are in Kerala, because I guess that is like our signature palm in the landscape nowadays, a red sealing wax palm, which has a red, kind of a stem there. So if you look at the design of the bridge, it's kind of inspired by the leaves of those, like the palm fronds, kind of become the edge, the color of the masonry edge and all of it. So I mean, it's kind of a given. I mean, we understand it, but then what I'm trying to tell you is that the planting is not an afterthought, but rather the planting and the civil entities are actually kind of, they go hand in hand. One question that I'm often asked is that, it's great that the landscape has been kind of dipped and kind of taken over, but what happens when it floods? How do you kind of control the landscape when it floods? And it's actually a very, very valid point, because when it floods, what they do is that, that there are sensors, there are water sensors which are built into the park. So can you see these medallions which are here? So these essentially tell you that if you move forward, that it's the water column could possibly be 3 meters at the edge. These are the contour lines which have been kind of highlighted. So for the informed people, these are warning points, but they also have a very, very intricate level of sensors and warning light and siren audio announcement systems, wherein if they sense the presence of humans on the sites, the warning lights would start flashing, and the announcements would start going. And what we don't realize is that there is also surveillance, like manual surveillance, that happens through through CCTV cameras, and they are there. But it's not like in India, wherein you have a guard who comes and tells you, "Hey, ye nahi karna hai, ye nahi karna hai, adh chair de," So it's not on your face. So it's a very inclusive space wherein you are kind of free to do what you want to do, and you feel like you're not being watched. But the reality is you're being kind of taken care of. And I think that's something which most semi-public spaces, if I may call them, like malls and the gardens associated with the malls and other areas, are not successful at all, because they kind of exclude by the way that they are designed. Even many of these high-end projects that I've seen, are guilty, that I've also been a part of the design, they kind of tend to exclude the people by virtue of the boundary walls, by virtue of the fact that you have to kind of write your name to kind of go in, and things like that. And this is also a very successful project, because it kind of involves a community participation, wherein the school children are kind of invited to be a part of this. Even the surveys, the river health, the butterflies, the dragonflies, these surveys are kind of conducted by the local schools. Uh, yeah. Yeah, and the biggest benefit is that, because this is not a monotonous edge, it kind of allows for various wildlife to kind of form different niches in these different corners, or the ecotones. And one of the successful aspects of this project that the designers say is actually the re-emergence of the reappearance of the river otters. So a school of otters basically started appearing in Singapore. And also, if you know that Singapore, basically the geographic location of it lies in the transcontinental bird flying path, between Asia and Australia, New Zealand. So, and the islands there in the Polynesian islands. So essentially, the park has now started seeing both the local species as well as the migratory species, which were earlier not there, because it's actually a very narrow green area in the midst of tall high rises. And they also created, there was also this element of informing the students, or kind of allowing for people to kind of study and learn. So there was a small butterfly habitat that was created, wherein almost 30 species of butterflies are identified. So how do we create a butterfly habitat? You don't necessarily go and put a net and introduce the butterflies, but rather what you do is you provide the right food and nectar plants, and you also provide the right larval plants. Because what many of us may not know is that butterflies are very specific. Every species has a certain set of plants that they would lay their eggs on, and there are certain plants that they would actually feed on once they become butterflies. So it's not that rose would kind of a rose and a hibiscus would attract butterflies, unlike what we are taught in schools. If you can plant the right kind of plants, and if those butterflies are native to that area, or are actually present or naturalized in that area, then you can kind of expect their presence. So almost 30% of butterflies were identified, and Singapore actually has around 300 species of identified butterfly population. So that basically means almost 10% of the butterfly diversity is found in one place, which is amazing. They use the service of the students, from the Raffles University, to kind of do the readings. And also it's like you're kind of creating a new generation of students, who or new generation of citizens who are basically aware of what it takes to be. And with that, I come to the last project, which is at a city level scale, and it's something that all of you may be aware of. So I wouldn't really go into the details of it, but rather speak of it as a story, because I understand lunchtime is nearing, and you all may be kind of tired. Like that's the peril of being the last speaker in a session. So this is the last section of the last speaker. Please preserve your energies for a discussion or questions if you have any, or any of your observations, because that is what will really enrich the session. Because otherwise it'll be just me speaking to a blank screen, and yeah, that's it. So this is Curitiba. Curitiba is a city, like we all may know, in Brazil, very similar to Bombay, or let's say Kochi, in its form. So it's not the capital city. The capital city of Brazil is Brasilia. And also the more famous city that we have is Rio de Janeiro, wherein all the investments and the public funds kind of happen. And Curitiba is kind of south of it, it's almost south of the Tropic of Capricorn. But the weather conditions, the climatic conditions, and the kind of vegetation density, the kind of people there, the socio-economic conditions, the presence of the informal sector, the favelas there, the slums in our case, so they are all kind of very similar between India and Brazil, and also the challenges of governance, and the other evils of corruption and misplaced priorities, nepotism, you name it. I mean, it's whatever we have something parallel out there as well. So, which is why I thought this is a great city to kind of look at and kind of wrap up our study. Uh, so Curitiba may be famous for its BRT, the bus rapid transit system, and the way that they've kind of sorted their BRT system. But there is also parallel stories of Curitiba, which many of us are not aware of. At least I wasn't aware of till a few years earlier. So this all started somewhere in the 1971 when a young architect, Jamie Lerner, became the mayor of Curitiba. First a planner, and then eventually the mayor. And as a political officer, and also the fact that Brazil was going through a dictatorial kind of governance at that time, probably it was more easy for them. It was easier for them to kind of get these things done. But nevertheless, great case studies and great things for us to kind of look at. So he kind of rebuilt the city in many ways. And also remember, this was a time when Brasilia was being made in the 1960s. An achievement that they did in 4 years' time. Kind of 20 years after, 10 or 15 years after, when Chandigarh was, kind of proposed and was being built in India. And suddenly our ideas of modernity, or modernism, were all kind of shaped by it. So Brasilia was a city, which we all know about, wide streets and, tree-lined avenues, and it was a city designed for the car, you know. So there was a notion of, kind of replicating this in other cities as well, and there were plans drawn up for Curitiba as well. But luckily, Jamie Lerner and his team had the vision to kind of move away from there. So imagine this is the 1970s, a time where we in India were looking at flyovers. And, by the 1990s, Mumbai and Delhi were being touted as the city of the 55 flyovers. And now Kerala is following it, and we are making more and more flyovers. And this is something that I've been repeatedly, kind of speaking about, and kind of trying to convince my clients also at whatever level that I can, that building more flyovers or widening roads is actually equivalent to loosening our belt, for us to be comfortable, when we know that the root of the problem is somewhere else. So this, what you see on the screen, is actually a very famous street in Curitiba. It's called the Rua di Flore, or the street of the 15th of November. It's one of the main key nodal streets, like almost like our MG Road, in Cochin. So when Brasilia was being, kind of designed, and when everyone was going gaga over it, there were, talks of kind of decongesting this road, which has its origins from its colonial past. It's one of the streets which have beautiful buildings, wherein modern buildings and the old buildings kind of coexist, almost like many important streets in Indian cities as well, which have had a colonial past. So the idea was to kind of create a viaduct or a long flyover that would, kind of mar the city. But Jamie Lerner said, no, that's not the way to go. Maybe we should actually pedestrianize this area and kind of create a public space. There was a huge, opposition by the citizens. And what they would do is, the moment they would start the work, they would run to the court and give an injunction order. They would say, stop the work. There would be a stay on the work. And so the work will have to be stopped. So because of this, what they did is, they kind of did the impossible. They took a weekend. They started the work on a Friday evening, and by Monday, I think by Monday early morning or evening or something, the site was in place. The paving was redone, the benches and the planters and the other thing were kind of brought in, and the bollards were placed, and it was pedestrianized. So when it was done at first, there was a huge opposition by the shopkeepers, because uh, buying cars was, a kind of an aspirational entity in the 1960s and 70s. And so these shopkeepers had this notion that, and it was true also, like how we also do in Kerala, we just park our cars, step down, run by do the shopping, kind of get into our cars, and we kind of zip zap zoom. So they thought that they're going to lose customers. And this is actually a real problem, because I understand that a few years back in Trivandrum, in the fort area, there was a notion to kind of pedestrianize the zone. There was a huge backlash by the shopkeepers who said our revenues are getting hurt, you're not doing it right, and everything. It had to be rolled back within days of the pedestrianization, pilot. So there was a similar thing that happened here, and the motorists said we have to reclaim the streets. So when they came, they decided, okay, this Sunday we are going to kind of bash through the streets with all our vehicles and our bikes and all of it, and we are going to kind of reclaim the streets. So what they did, the city authorities did, was something ingenious. So they kind of, so rather than putting the right control forces in place, or putting a section 144 here, and things like that, what they did was amazing. So what they did was they conducted a children's painting competition. So when the riot, so when these guys were there already, kind of there to kind of reclaim the streets, they could see this whole landscape of children sitting there making drawings, and balloons moving around, and happy parents and all of that, and nobody in the real sense would actually drive through them. And eventually what they realized was that during the lunchtime, people started hanging out in the space, and some of the restaurants started putting their tables outside, when the weather was salubrious. And slowly, the other shopkeepers who were initially filing for the stay, they also started approaching the Kutttippuram corporation, saying that, can we extend it to the next block also? And soon what we see is here, this has been like 30-40 years now, but it's been a very successful urban public space, and that's what it looks like. So but now the traffic situation was still not in control. So that is when, and that was also a time when many cities were, kind of dabbling with the idea of metro rails. So the colonial capitals already had them. Germany had it, London had it, New York had it, so Tokyo had it, so Calcutta was trying to make one, and all the other towns were, kind of trying to make these the MRT, or the mass rapid transit systems. So Curitiba took a very different way. This was one of the cities that pioneered the idea that buses and a dedicated road space can actually create the necessary connection between the city and the periphery. And this was also done in a very, very scientific way, wherein the idea was to kind of connect the suburbs, where the poor really lived, and the ones who had to kind of come into the city center. So to kind of make their traffic, or their transport easier, and also to kind of connect the neighborhoods. So I'm not going to go into the details of this, because I'm probably not equipped to speak of transport, but then probably we already know about it. But what they came up was a state of the art system, wherein one could, so there were zones. So you don't buy ticket from, let's say, spot A to spot B, and you don't buy the ticket within the bus, but you rather kind of buy the ticket, or you have smart cards which should allow you entrance into this, and then you kind of move about in the buses, and to kind of reduce on the time taken for people to kind of get in and go out, and also for ensuring that even people on a wheelchair could access it. The design of the bus shelters, the design of where the buses would stop, how the doors would open, how would the platforms be, kind of elevated or extended out, were all kind of worked out. And trust me, it works perfectly well even after years. So it started off in the 1980s, but now we have some 300 odd cities around the world which are trying to emulate the BRT example. Yeah, so here is, like, I only have the figures till 2010, wherein we have cities from India as well. It's unfortunate that in Delhi we tried to kind of replicate it, but it kind of failed. I also believe that it was also because we gave up too soon and too quickly. Uh, so the other aspect was, about housing, which I don't really have to speak about as a landscape architect. But then social housing, whenever in Mumbai I see some relevant housing happening, where It's all about monotonous blocks which are placed next to one another with absolutely no regard for light and ventilation. It's actually about a mathematical exercise of kind of fitting in the housing. But here, people were actually given the freedom to kind of modify their houses, start a shop if they want to. So there was an idea of creating, a sense of personalization, creating a sense of a community. And there were more eyes on the street, the places were much safer, etc. Curitiba was also a place which used to get flooded, owing to the fact that it was on that larger Amazonian, river basin and the allied river basins. So, and like all the places that we know, the informal settlements were basically on the most vulnerable areas which used to get flooded. So what Curitiba government did was amazing. What they did was the city corporation started buying up land, and then rehabilitating the people, in social housing, but at the same time buying up land which was, susceptible for flooding. And this was also possible because they did it at the right time when the urbanization hadn't happened. Maybe 10 years later, this would not have been possible. So they kind of bought up all that land and they created parks out of it. So when I say parks, they're not heavy maintenance, parks like Gardens by the Bay, but they are essentially simple landscapes, wherein native trees were kind of planted. Of course, the amount of lawn is highly questionable. Uh, but then the fact that this is a landscape which is designed for flooding, so the whole park when it floods would basically become a sponge and it would kind of hold up the water, kind of preventing flooding in the other low-lying areas. And it's an amazing strategy because what they also did was they kind of relooked at the land use and the taxation policies. So we know this idea of gentrification, and it's seen in almost all spaces that we have. So when these parks kind of came up, the neighborhood started getting gentrified in a way. So there were high-end tower blocks that were coming up, and these were being advertised as a park view, etc., etc., etc. So what they did was those land parcels which actually have a proximity to a park visually and physically, they changed the tax slabs. So they would collect more tax from these people, and that would then be used for development within the city. And of course sheep was essentially used for mowing the lawns, so and there again, these are workers of the municipal corporation. The wool was then sheared, and then so there are multiple ways in which, very low tech ways of kind of involving nature and then kind of working with it. But the most ingenious of this all is actually the green exchange policy that Curitiba has. Wherein, again, like connecting back to Indian cities, the idea of collecting waste. So, and especially, in the favelas that they have, where there are dense settlements, it's impossible to kind of get the vehicle in and, kind of collect the waste, and that to, kind of do that regularly. So what they came up, and they also realized that one of the other reasons the poor were basically having trouble with was nutrition, and access to food. While at the same time, in the peripheral areas, there were problems of surplus food. So food was being there would be bumper crops, but then they wouldn't know what to do with it because the supply systems in these cities are not all that great, and a lot of food gets wasted in India as well. I mean, any of us who would have traveled by the train would know those the food go downs that we see near the railway stations, wherein there's sacks and sacks and sacks of food which are kept, but then they're locked. uh, so they did, like, it's like one bullet and three birds, kind of a solution, or three targets, sorry, I shouldn't say birds. Yeah, and three targets. So what they did was they formulated the green exchange program, wherein um, the citizens are actually encouraged to bring in the waste from wherever they could, and in return for 4 pounds of waste, 1 pound of fruits or vegetables or milk was basically given to them. So, and all this, the fruits and the vegetables, etc., are all sourced from the peri-urban farming areas. So, the agriculture on the peri-urban areas are also kind of sustained so that they don't succumb to the pressure of selling it off to some real estate developer, because they know the city corporation is going to buy from us. They have a steady source of income, and and the poor gets benefited because they get the right kind of nutrition for their children, milk, fruits, vegetables, and not the cheaper McDonald's burger. So the right kind of food, and the city gets clean, by the citizens, by their efforts. So I thought that was highly ingenious. So there were a lot of lessons to be learned from it. Like how do you kind of, how does good leadership, kind of visionary leadership, kind of take the step forward. And I'm sure it's not just about one mayor or one person, it's about the whole team that worked with it. How can transportation, kind of define a city's future? Then, how can appropriate low-tech solutions, especially for us cities, citizens of cities in the global south, kind of look at low-tech solutions rather than, kind of mimic the smart, global north, and can ingenious solutions be, answers for complex problems, like for example, the green exchange problem, the green exchange program that I spoke about. And also Curitiba is one of the cities which has a very high per capita green space ratio for citizens. So, for example, I think they have more than 50 square meters per urban resident of green space in the city. And zoom into Mumbai, where I am in, we have, I think, if I'm right, 1.2 square meters of green space per inhabitant in the city. You know, so I guess with that, I would like to kind of end my presentation. So that's food for thought. I'll probably start my camera uh, and I can stop sharing the screen. Yeah, I hope you would have all not slept off or ran into grab lunch, which is okay. But I hope you were kind of lending a listening ear. Thank you.
Yes, sir, definitely. Thank you, sir. It was a captivating session. The description about the case studies were very informative. Probably our cultural background encompasses these principles, but somehow we lost it in the process of urbanization. All right. Now I open the floor for any questions or direct interaction with the speaker. Meanwhile, kindly find the attendance for session 3 in WebEx chat. And kindly keep your videos on so that the interaction will be more effective and also your attendance gets recorded as well.
Yeah, so if you want to ask questions, you can. Or if there are any observations, anything that we can all learn together, because like I told you, like I'm not an expert on anything, we are all the same, so I'm just sharing my experiences of it. So yeah.
Yes, Architect Sandeep, I want to congratulate you on such a fantastic presentation. The choice of the case studies and the way you went about presenting it and concluding it with what we have to learn from each of these. Though always I'm a little apologetic about the third session being falling on the lunch. I think nobody would have slept. It was an amazing session. That is my observation. Unless we go into the depths of it, I don't think I have any questions on it. But I want to congratulate you on the selection of the on the case studies, because in many ways it's very close to Indian situation. So I'm very happy that you are part of this program and you accepted our invitation and also the fantastic. I mean, the recorded one, I was a little put off because the recorded versions always, I mean, somehow I have a personal, I feel that it is not right. But the three case studies were really, I really do not know how to explain. It's amazing to see how I mean, the project themselves are amazing. The way you presented also was
Thank
very
you
interesting,
so much.
very informative. I'm sure all the participants nicely presented. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am, for actually having me here. Sorry, I should have thanked that in the beginning, which I didn't do the pleasantries. But yeah, I mean, I suppose like it was kind of clear because the recorded one was there because I had taken the efforts of doing it, so I did it. But later on, I realized that it's quite possible that between 1 to 2:30, anyone would doze off. If it was only a recorded presentation. So yeah, thank you, ma'am, for that. Yeah. So
Yeah. Sir, we do have a couple of questions.
sure, please.
In the case of Kerala, with the background of recent floods happening, what or where we have to work in terms of resilience or as a sustainable rebuilding?
Okay, sure. So Kerala is actually a highly complex geography. When I say geography, I don't just mean it in terms of the natural geography, but also the way that we have culturally appropriated it, over time. And we are also kind of very unique in the sense that most of the land that we have is privately owned. Unlike, let's say, Delhi, for example, or Mumbai, wherein Mumbai is also actually highly privately owned. But we've held land for generations together. We've been practicing a certain style of life, which is kind of becoming alienated from the natural geography and the climate as we stand today in the recent years. But then In order to kind of answer this question directly, I think there is no one answer, no one silver bullet that can kind of help out. But if we have to kind of look at creating a more resilient state, or rather cities or settlements or other landscapes for the future, I think we have to start by unlearning a few things, or by rather by unbuilding a few things, like for example, and it's not just like I told you, it's not a singular way where an architect can shoot a single silver bullet and kind of do it. It has to start from the governance, it has to start from policy, it has to start from the way that we live, or the way that we look at land. Because even I am a Malayali, like I understand how we look at land. We all build houses. Like for us, an empty plot is a waste, but a plot is an asset to be built. Like I know I've had discussions and fights with my family wherein the elders would say, our land is just lying vacant, you should be building a house there. All of us have multiple houses. We probably live in a different city, in a different country altogether, but we would have a palatial house back home. So it's a cultural thing. So, and we should realize that if that is how we are going to go as individuals, then whatever flood mitigation strategy or whatever resilience strategy the government is going to come up with, or the United Nations is going to come up with, it's not going to help us. So we have to understand that we are human beings who are there going to be here for just 70 or 80 odd years. And our footprint only has to be there for so many years. So I think it has to start from an individual level, then it has to move on to definitely policies, and Kerala that way is actually successful in implementing the local the 74th Amendment, sorry, the 94th Amendment, wherein we are talking of the local urban bodies having the power to initiate things like the Enter Kochi competition that's happening in Cochin. And that whole move, even though it has invited criticism from certain sections of the practice, I think it's a great thing. Because, what happens is, if New Delhi is to dictate what Kochi has to do or what Kutttippuram has to do, then definitely Kutttippuram is not going to get benefited by it. But rather, if there were ways in which we could look at governance and policies which are kind of sorry, my son is distracting me sitting right here, he's a child. Okay, so which are kind of which are kind of informed by the natural processes of that place, then that would be much, much better. Like for example, simple example, what would work for, let's say, Bolgati Island may not work for Vagaman, but that may not work for Tekadi, let's say, for example, but for us, it's all the same. Like PWD rules are the same, the district schedule of rates are the same. So, we look at a landscape project or a building project as the same. Like simple things like boundary walls. Do we really need boundary walls? Or the older fences that we used to have, like they don't segregate hydrological boundaries. So we build boundary walls, because of which, and solid boundary walls, because of which we have ended up paving our landscapes. All of us are guilty. Like, like even my house, even though I speak of all these things back home, my parents have paved their edges. So I think the cement paver factory, owners have made a lot of money in Kerala. And because of that, the water doesn't percolate in, our wells don't have water, and then the water would just flood into the roads, and that will create waterlogging somewhere else, and we would then blame the government on it. So it's like a cycle. So I think it has to start from multiple levels: individual, governance, institutional, and as a practice. Thanks. Sorry, I think I spoke quite a lot for that one small question. Guilty.
No, not at all, sir. Thank you. Sir, we have another one. As a designer, when we develop substantially large plots, are there any particular landscape design parameters to keep in mind?
Of course, of course. I mean, and this is a very sad part, because now that I've moved from the profession, I've started teaching full time, in the last 3 years, and what I've realized, even as a student at SPA Delhi and later on now that I'm teaching here in Mumbai, I realized that our architectural education is actually devoid of the climatic emergency that is happening. Our architecture education is still in the 1960s or 1970s, if I may say so, because landscape is treated as one optional subject that you can go through. And that too, it's all about learning a few names of trees and plants and soil, or maybe designing landscapes as a foreground or a background to an architectural project. But the real truth is, that architectural projects start with the landscape, because we are not building a building in space, nor is it being built in an architectural studio, but rather it's going to be built on a real geography wherein the rain is going to fall, the tectonic plates are going to move, the soil is going to kind of generate newer plants and weeds. So the first thing that one should ideally do when one should move in, and actually as faculty members, what we should also encourage the students to do is to do a very thorough site analysis. And when I say a site analysis, I find the Ian McHague's McHagian method of analysis very effective, even though it's kind of caught on in time. Maybe if we have time, or if we have a different session, I can actually run through a toolkit of how a site analysis could possibly be done. Maybe many of us are already doing it in our studios, but I think we need to start with looking at all the abiotic or all the non-living entities and the biotic and the living entities. When I say living entities, not just humans, even the dragonfly that is there, or the snake or the rat which is there, like if we have to eradicate the rat, we need to know what to introduce. So I think knowing all the non-living and the living entities, not as different silos, even though we may draw it upon different tracing sheets, but eventually we are doing that just for our understanding, our cognition. But eventually, kind of reading them together, understanding the site patterns, like where does the land slope, and where is a possibility where all are the possibilities of water getting collected in the winters, sorry, in the rainy season, and which are the areas that actually get sunlight. So some are obvious, like you are there, you see the site, you understand, which are the trees that are beneficial. I mean, is it all about just filling up the FAR and ensuring 100% ground coverage is taken, and and then calling a landscape architect at the end and saying ki, Sandeep, come, we have a project, would you do landscape, to it, that's not the role of a landscape architect ideally. Like ideally she or he has to be involved from day one. And the process of architecture should stem from the site analysis, so that the site and the weather conditions and the nearest bus stop and the services outside the site tell you where to put in the buildings. In a large site, in a small site, I understand these are not possible, but in a large site, wherever it's possible, ideally one should do from there, rather than a whimsical idea of a Rem Koolhaas building that I've seen, and I want to kind of create a signature. Fine, we should all do it, we all are allowed to do it, but let it be rooted at the site. So yeah, so there are toolkits available online that one can refer to, or I think Ian McHague's layer cake analysis of layering each of these, overlaying them, and then kind of studying the patterns, understanding the patterns of these different layers. Like for example, it's interesting, wherever there is a low-lying land, you would find a certain colony of plants there, some of which may support a certain bird or something like that. So there are these patterns which would then repeat in a different area in the site as well. So you understand that, and then you design for it, then you prioritize, and then you design for it. And quite incidentally, GIS, which is the new buzzword in climate science and architectural colleges, GIS started off with this layer cake model, of layering. So yeah, that's just trivia. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Hope this is answered. So we have another add-on to the question. Can you put some light on culture and landscape?
Okay, it's a very it's a tricky question, I may say, because landscapes don't necessarily mean natural landscapes. By natural, what I mean is where human presence has not been kind of affected by or not shaped by the humans. But landscapes could also mean cultural landscapes. And really, if you look at our cities, most of our landscapes are cultural landscapes. Because especially in Kerala, like I don't think, except for even the sacred groves, like if you except for the Even the backwaters are actually heavily, kind of modified, except for those areas wherein, there is some error. Am I still audible? Am I audible? Someone will have to unmute and tell me.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You are
Yes, you
audible.
are.
Sorry, there was an error that came up on the screen. Yeah. So I don't think culture can actually be taken away from nature. So if I mean, it's a tricky question. I don't really have an answer for it. That's why I'm kind of going all around the place, as you may see. So cultural landscapes is actually a very important part of how we look at landscapes. So it's not just about looking at, like I told you, the hydrology, the and the nature, and the birds and the animals and all of it, but it's also the various cultural inputs that have gone in. Like, for example, was a land, an orchard in the past, or was an area a tomb or a necropolis in the past, or if we have a site like, let's say, Qutb Shahi tombs, like wherein one is involved in kind of preserving it, or let's say even Chenamangalam, in Kerala, or any of these other sites that you have. So the landscape is not just about collecting the water and solving the problems, but it's also kind of understanding those cultural notions that we humans have had for generations with that landscape, which have in a way shaped it, and in a way that also shapes the way we live in. So it's that codependence which we have to keep in mind and then kind of work with. Yeah, so I believe I've answered the question. I mean, actually, there is no answer to it because they are definitely linked, and there are multiple ways in which we kind of look at it. I hope I was successful in answering that question.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you
for
very
this
much for
very
this very.
informative session. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And if anyone else has any other questions, you can always mail me, or I'm on LinkedIn. You can actually, kind of ask a question there or get connected. It's perfectly fine. Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So that brings us to the end of day 4 of the faculty development program. It was a thoroughly interactive and interesting round of sessions what we had today, and for that we are entirely obliged to the speakers and participants as well. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Architect Prasanna Desai, Architect Shaleen Singhal, and Architect Sandeep Menon for interacting with us. It has been enlightening and informative to be virtually part of your experiences and studies. Thank you, participants, for your kind cooperation during the conduct of these sessions. Contacts of the speakers have been shared in the Google Sheet available in the Google Drive with the presentations. So we hope you have had adequately informed about mobility, smart cities, and urban landscape from today's session. The attendance link has been shared in the WebEx chat for session 3. And participants, please be informed that the test form of today has to be answered before 9 a.m. of the following day, after which the form will not be available to the participants. The link will be published on the WebEx chat and the WhatsApp group at the end of session each day. Please attend it on the same day as is possible. And please do not circulate the test forms to any other outside the FDP, because we have been getting responses from non-participants to so kindly cooperate. Tomorrow, that is on day 5 of FDP, we have with us to share their insights Dr. Sashi Bhushan, Dr. Komal Thakur, and Architect Harshal Ganokar, and Architect Chitra Vishwanath, who would be talking about case studies on sustainable planning in architecture. So for any queries, please feel free to contact the facilitators via WhatsApp or mail or call. That's all. Thank you all and have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you.